Got a little Bieber to start the day. Good morning, gamers. Happy, is it Monday? Happy Monday. Thanks for all our resubs to start this morning on the Twitch side. Appreciate that direct support. Silver Oak coming in with the 44 months. Beedrill's the best card of the set, Cope. Glad you're having fun with Beedrill. It's a sweet card. Around the Bend, thanks for the year and a half. Reno coming in hot for over 2 years. Rage on McFly, thank you for the 22 months. All right, gamers, what happens first? I'm at 1250 pack points exactly. Do we get to 2,500 points to have to craft the Pokeball, or do we open the second one organically? It's gonna take us a couple of days. It's gonna take us a couple of days to get there. I am ready. I am ready for my $400 second gold Pokeball. Pokemon Pocket with the singularly most expensive cosmetics of any game I've ever played. I almost said card game, but it's just actually literally any game. I have a mixture of both mediums and larges from Into the AM. This one I'm currently wearing is actually a new one they just sent me. Is I get mediums now. Ooh, so we're actually gonna start with Wug Trio this morning, and this lets me flare my second Wug Trio. This shirt is really sweet. It's got a great range of colors on it. I have a bunch of great designs. Hey, Rye Tiger, thanks for the 20 buds. It's a shiny kind of morning. Do you have one of every shiny yet? I don't know the answer to that question. Can I have your luck? I mean, I haven't opened a single full art trainer. So, like, something they did in their most recent packs is that, they increased the density of the higher rarity cards without increasing the probability that you get any particular rarity. So your odds of getting the higher rarity cards you actually want organically is much lower than it was in previous booster packs. Like as an example, I have 5 full art Sabrinas on my account, but I have yet to open a single full art trainer organically from this pack. Yes, Into the AM's current sale runs through the 4th, which is Friday. Well done on the starter deck video, by the way. Framed that video. Yeah, I think just making it into a new EX Pokemon tier list was the best way to make useful content out of it. Because all the actual starter decks are just complete hot dog water. I would like to either open 2 full art trainers and then pack point the second Pokeball, or I would like to open the Pokeball so I could pack point 2 full art trainers. That would be my desire as we rip through booster packs. And instead, I now have a 5th shiny Lucario, who is basically stone cold unplayable, which is really depressing. Very, very stone cold. That'll just encourage. You can't trade the higher rarity stuff. It doesn't, like, unless they're gonna fully open those floodgates, the higher rarity stuff is useless for trading. Please join me. If you have a cold snap going on this morning, you can. We're burning money for cosmetic things here. Yes! Alright, gamers. We finally got what we were due, yes? This is what we wanted. Don't they need to not allow higher rarity trades so they can make money for whales for cosmetics? Absolutely. That is absolutely correct. They don't allow the trading of stuff like this, so whales have to spend hundreds of dollars getting single cards. Running hot! We're gonna have to go substitute her into all the decks. She's in a lot of places. I just crafted my second copy of Pokeball today and then pulled a third one 20 packs later. Ask me anything. Yeah, see, that's why. So, yeah. That's what I would like to avoid. So, you can see I said this is my first full art trader. Well, I guess I opened grunts. I don't know. I only half count this one. But I actually pack pointed this copy of red. And I pack pointed the copy of red despite having... Let's actually look at the offering rates here to talk about something because it's very silly. So your odds of getting the crown rare... Where is it? I just went past it, yeah? Is that the top? Shiny, shiny. The odds of a crown rare are 0.116. And this is from the 5th slot. The 4th slot could also be a crown rare, yeah? So your total odds of getting a crown rare are 0.2. But let's say I'm interested in a particular 2-star, like that Iono. The Iono is 0.03, and then it's 0.17. So you're actually more likely to open the crown rare than you are to open any specific 2-star. Now, getting any generic 2-star is far more likely than getting a crown rare. But there's so many 2-stars in these newer packs that your odds of getting a particular one are actually more rare than getting the Pokeball. Which is why it's so annoying that, like, there's, like, you know, there's 2 or 3 Bibarels and Clodsires, and it's just like, all these things suck. I just want the handful of good ones. Are you secretly also playing DC Dark Legion? DC Dark Legion is up on my 3rd monitor, but I don't think I have anything completing in it for a couple hours yet. What's the next 2-star trader you want? I wouldn't mind a second red. I wouldn't mind 1 Pokemon Center Lady. I wouldn't mind a second Team Rocket Grunts. I don't know how often I'm going to end up playing... 2 Iono. I'd probably use 2 of that one sometimes, but a lot of the decks I felt like 1 Iono is appropriate in. I actually would kind of like to hit another shiny Wiglet this morning, because we're going to start with the Wug Trio deck in ranked, and I would like to have 2 flared shiny Wiglets and 2 flared shiny Wug Trio. Speaking of 2 stars that are bricks because they're just unplayable. Wizard of Oz, thank you for the 3rd of a year. Look at how cursed it is. Poor Clodsire, chat. I just like, it's so deeply rude that they put this Clodsire in the booster pack after Arceus. Why would they put this adorable swamp monster in the pack after Arceus? Clodsire could have been sweet. Instead, we're here. All right, how close are we getting here? So I'm missing. Someone asked if I have all the shinies. I'm missing 1. Yeah, whatever this one is. I have all the big ones at this point. Although I only have 1 Beedrill. I have 1 Beedrill and 1 Charizard. I'm on 5 Lucario and 4 Wugtrio. The Wugtrios I'm not too upset about because they're serviceable. So this is a Pokemon Center lady. I assume these are 2-star Pokemon. Whatever these other EXs are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So these are the other 2 non-rainbow EXs, and there's 2 more rainbow EXs down here. You're missing the small car. Oh yeah, there's a 2-star Beedrill. Yeah. 2-star Beedrill, and then one of the other 2 stars. By the way, for people who aren't in Discord or don't follow me on Blue Sky, we're going to be starting today on an 8-win streak. I played 16 Trainer Wugtrio from the start. Yes! Obviously, we have to put 2 Iono in every deck now. I was just saying earlier maybe 1's ideal, but clearly 2 is optimal. What was I gonna say? I went on an 8-0 streak while eating lunch yesterday with 16 Trainer Wugtrio. You know what they say, chat? 99% of gamblers quit before they hit it big. See, I just needed to get on stream and complain very loudly about not having enough 2-star trainers. Alright, can I get a second Team Rocket Grunt full art so I can have a fully flared Wugtrio deck today? I have one full art Team Rockets and 1 non-full art Team Rocket. Whoever designed Team Rocket Grunts is my least favorite person. I can't say I blame you. I can't say I blame you. Dopamine machine. Dopamine machine. I would like some shiny dopamine machine. What are we chasing? We're looking for a second gold Pokeball and full art trainers. I also kind of want another shiny Wiglet, so I can have fully flared shiny Wiglets. Such a cursed colonoscopy Pokemon. It's like your 10th Giratina, right? Yeah, the immersives actually aren't that rare in comparison to everything else. Where are you mass purchasing gold from? The shop? 100 gold at a time? I don't like that description. Listen, I'm just calling it like I see it, okay? Where do shinies slot in terms of rarity? Alright, we'll have to maybe sting like a bee today, so we have matching. I think... Am I missing a Weedle? I need a Weedle shiny. If we get a Weedle shiny, we have the full beeline in shiny with that one. I'm pretty sure I had 2 Kakunas already. We are running very firmly above average this morning. Someone asked, where do shinies rank in the rarity? The two thing shinies are slightly more rare than 2 stars, and the ones are slightly more rare than 1 stars, I believe, is where it shakes out. 23,000 cards! What a responsible number of Pokemon Pocket cards to own. Tinkaton. Seeing that Tinkaton in the booster pack reminds me of a comment I got on a YouTube video over the weekend, letting me know I should stick to data-driven card evaluations, because when I evaluate cards like Tinkaton saying they're not very good, I make myself look embarrassed. It's just like, oh, video gamers. Nugget Stretch, thanks for hanging out for 2 years. Welcome back. But it is, in fact, not very good. I personally really like when my stage 2 has to flip a coin to do a real amount of damage. Rolling Octopus, thanks for the membership on the YouTube side. Appreciate it. What are we looking for? We're looking for gold Pokeballs and 2-star trainers. And a shiny Wiglet. Shiny Wiglet, shiny Weedle are booby prizes that we'd be happy with. Not whatever this is. Is anybody else really sad that the baby Meowscarada is gonna be the season pass promo? Meaning you only get one of them? Also, I'm a little miffed that the season pass isn't an EX card. Taking the EX out of the season pass removes value from it for a lot of smaller spenders. Slacker, thank you for the almost 7 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. Yes, they took the EX out when they also made it harder to get a particular EX. Honestly, something I was talking about the other day is I think Pokemon Pocket's Premium Pass might actually be the worst value season pass out of any mobile game I've ever played. The fact that it doesn't give you really any meaningful account progression is real mediocre. It doesn't give you, like, really, it should give you, like, pick a particular EX card or two to be remotely worthwhile for people. All the new Snap Collection changes they announced on Friday sound really good. Hopefully they roll out at the end of April. Yeah, you just have it have another starter deck ticket or two inside of it would exactly be the easiest fix. You just give it another currency. Radioactive Clown, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's super generous of you. Good morning, good morning. I wanted to experiment with some more Charizard. All right, so Charizard and Beedrill will have to be on the menu today since we got the other shinies for them. I hate to say this out loud. I've been avoiding tearing into the Pockets monetization on stream a little bit just because I know it gets into this negative feedback loop when you do that. So maybe I just need to make a video talking about it to compartmentalize it a little bit. But unironically, if Pocket... let me rewind. I've been putting off making a video talking about Pokemon Pocket's economy because there's been no consistency in how they release cards in this game so far. So, like, I can't make any extrapolations meaningfully about the future because every time they release a new card pack, it's like 2 packs or 1 pack or 1 pack with 9 EX Pokemon in it now. But I feel like I need to sit down and run the numbers and talk about it for people because if they're going to release a new pack every month with 9 EX Pokemon in it, I actually think it pushes Pokemon Pocket's economy in the direction of being one of the worst economies out there. Is the unfortunate reality. And hopefully that's not going to be the case. Hopefully this 9 is them testing and it's a fluke. And they're like, the 5 EXs is going to be more regular. I remember you were relatively bullish on the economy when I first started watching you, and it's only gotten worse since then. Yes, yeah, and it's so baffling. Like, I tuned into Mogwai the other day, and he was, like, I turned on his stream, and he was crapping on Marvel Snap because someone brought up that they're restructuring their economy. And he was talking about how good Pocket's economy is. And I think a lot of people, especially creators, have, like, just this golden spoon in their mouth, like, not realizing what it's like for people that aren't spending, you know, $200 or $300 a booster pack or whatever, or even $100 a booster pack. The number one thing Pocket has really reinforced in my mind, especially coming from, hey, that's the last shiny we needed, right? The number one thing Pocket has really reinforced in my mind is how much loot boxes / booster packs do a good job of obfuscating how these economies actually work and how much things cost for people. Shiny Lucario number 6. We're so lucky. Look at how lucky we are to get Shiny Lucario number 6. We're so lucky. I'm supposed to feel lucky, right? Shiny Lucario is desirable. You wanted a third and fourth flare for Lucario. And that's it, right? Like, just even talking about, like, from the whale perspective. Like, I'm hunting these cards here or a Pokeball, and instead I'm on Shiny Lucario number 6. Yeah, this set had a dramatic increase in cosmetic pack filler. We talked about how these having 9 EX Pokemon is more filler for smaller spenders. It's more filler for bigger spenders too, right? Like every Lucario and Clodsire and Bibarel and Tinkaton 2-star I get. Maybe we'll play with Tink at some point. It's a good meme. Every one of these we get is like just another miss that could have been something I really wanted, right? So it's like, well, I got lucky, I got a 2-star, but it was like, it was a booby prize 2-star, right? I'm gonna be completely honest and transparent. I was intending not to spend for cosmetics on this pack for the first time. And then they put Crowd Rare Pokeball in this pack and they caught me with a Harpoon just firmly in the side. So they knew exactly what they were doing. They were like, yeah, the whales are gonna be a little spent by this time. Let's pull out the moneymakers. So I assume we're gonna have a Crown Rare Professor's research here before long to extract value from my wallet as well. Yeah, my plan is I'm gonna spend until I'm gonna spend till I hit 2,500 pack points. And when we hit 2,500 pack points, if I have opened a second Pokeball, I'll craft 2 full art traders. And if I haven't opened a Pokeball, you're cutting me off. I'm cutting me off. I don't want to give you my money anymore anyways. Can you trade Crown Rares? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. All right, so we're going to be starting with Wug Trio this morning, chat. Because I am currently on an 8-win streak with 16 Trader Wug Trio. And I'm sure I'm going to embarrass myself live on stream with it now that we talked about it. We're gonna hopefully wiggle on some people. We're gonna wiggle on some people. The deck list is very appropriately named Skill Game here, because everybody knows that's what we're playing here in Pokemon Pocket, especially with this deck. We opened not 1, but 2 full art Ionos this morning, so that's beautiful. To unfavorite the Pauper one. So I didn't even flare it, chat. I put it together over the weekend. I was like, this is going to be terrible. And then I fired it up while I was eating lunch, and I just couldn't stop winning. All right, so I went from Great Ball. I sat down to eat lunch, and I was like, I'm going to play games of Pokemon Pocket until I lose while eating lunch. And then 45 minutes later, I was 8-0 with this, and I had to be like, all right, I've got other stuff I got to do, so I stopped playing. So we need to tap an ad roll. So we're gonna take a quick break here. When we get back, we're going to play the skill game that is Pokemon Pocket with this for a little while and see if we're gonna crash my streak or if we can make it go up a little bit more. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We need the second gold Pokeball, yeah. This one's also missing the second Team Rockets, too. Which, that one is probably what I can't justify spending pack points on unless we open all the others. I'm really sad we didn't hit another Wiglet. I'm just gonna confirm that there was another Wiglet in those packs, but I'm pretty sure there wasn't. Now, I wonder if we'll be able to trade the 1-star shinies when trading comes up. Iono is better than communication. Any thoughts? I actually really like the 1-1 split in a deck like this. And I say that as someone who now has 2 full art Ionos. Especially in a deck like this, where I only have 2 Pokemon. Pokemon communication guaranteed turns my second Wiglet into Wug Trio. So I wouldn't play a second communication, but the first one is very, very good. Where's your second full art Rocket Crunch? This is where I would put my second full art Rocket Crunch if I had one, okay? Right there. This is where it would go. Stop being mean to me. I know I'm a broke boy. You don't have to rub it in. Ant-Man Sam, thank you for the 25 months. I appreciate the over 2 years. Welcome back. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. There's over 700 viewers there this morning, and only not even 200 like button pressers. We can pump that up, I think. All right, there's our win streak. Win streak 8, gamers. We did it. We did it with the skill game deck. Let's see if we can find some more success here on stream with it. All right, first energy advantage. It's time to wiggle with it. It is time to wiggle with it. This card is basically Hitmonlee when you're lucky, for people who aren't familiar. P. Ribbit, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate that. Sorry, did I say Hitmonlee? I meant it's better Hitmonlee, because it can hit their active here. Okay, that means I need to not be greedy and just evolve next turn, yeah? Is there a reason for the second Pokeball? Yeah, you want to draw your Pokeball as frequently as possible. Also, you use your copy of Pokemon Communication to throw your Wiglet back into your deck and then Pokeball it back out a second time. It is very common for these 16 trader decks to be able to play 2 Pokeballs despite only having 2 basics. I'm not playing this out because I don't want to get tempoed by a Sabrina. Crispy Rye Bread, thanks for the 10 months. Welcome back. He's so shiny! This is the long pause of a gamer that's cooked by a Wug Trio, chat. Experienced this many times over the weekend. Yep. All right, plus 22 gamers, on to the next one. Obviously, you want first energy advantage with this deck, but sometimes Misty means it doesn't matter, so. We keep getting lucky enough to draw the 50%er to have our shiny friend here. Or our flared shiny friend. I think I'm chilling on this because I have Iono. It's close, though. We could get cooked by their stage 1 here. Not this turn, at least. Not this turn, at least. I think I need to heal this so we're not at risk to this. I think we go ahead and do this. It's close, though. I think it's this one. The evolution on this, I guess there's 2 Toxicroaks in the game, huh? One of them does like 40 per coin flip. And they're playing the toxic one, okay? So this does poison, that does 20 per poison. Oh, I should have believed, gamers. Oh, I should have believed. We'd have held this, we'd have hit it this turn. This is my fault. We'd have won this game if I would have just held this and gone in on the lead one. I was too worried about the other Toxicroak dealing 40 per, and I should have just been all in. Playing this out meant I bricked my 3rd copy, basically. Yep, it's an unfortunate end to our 9-win streak. Sedge. We win that with better play. Shouldn't have played scared, should have played to win. Laz, thanks for the 14 months. Lead on Wiglet, lucky. Okay, and this is a spot that I think is worth talking about. Someone asked about Iono versus Pokemon communication. So in this deck, basically the only thing we care about is getting to Wug Trio as soon as possible. In a spot like this with this communication in my hand, I have 5 Wug Trios I can draw from my deck effectively. 2 Pokeballs and a Wiglet also turn into Wug Trio. Hey, look, it's a Wug Trio. Jeff, do you have any thoughts on Spraggle's video about too many packs being released in quick succession? I haven't watched Spraggle's video, so perhaps you're not framing his argument in the way that he did, but I think it is not reasonable to frame it in they're releasing too many packs, because that's a... What's the best way to put it? This last pack has shown us that one pack isn't a defined unit of measurement for Pokemon Pocket. Because there's a big difference between one pack being Shining Revelry and one pack being Triumphant Light or Mythical Island, with the difference of the amount of EX Pokemon in it. And perhaps he gets into that nuance a little bit, but the thing that I do think is true is that they're likely releasing too many EX Pokemon per month currently. Yes, if they're going to release 9 per month. So we hit the organic one trio. We need to cape here. Do I risk dying if I don't evolve? They could put this up in 60B. They would need a Misty Heads. Leaf. Leaf would kill me, but I'm probably dead to a Leaf either way, right? I guess not guaranteed. If I evolve, I go to 160, and then I don't die to Dimensional Storm this with Leaf. These decks usually play 2 copies of Leaf. I'm going to play around a copy of Leaf. Yeah. X speed's the same as Leaf. You'll note that I'm not playing this Wiglet out from my hand with this communication, and the reason why I'm waiting here is I'm not attaching an energy to it this turn, so if I draw my second Pokeball, holding this with the communication effectively lets me Pokeball into the second Wug Trio. This lets me toss this one back, get the Wug Trio, and then Pokeball the Wiglet back out. Now I'm gonna go ahead and do this, I think, since we can Misty it. Sedge. Alright, you have a copy of Geobody? That's what matters here. Yes, our communication is now a dead card because I elected to play out the... One Trio. We could technically win the game this turn. I don't have another Iono, so I'm just going to play my potion out proactively here. That was the worst possible outcome. We overkilled one of the bench and then we put damage on Palkia. Wait, what? Okay, well, my opponent decided to give us a chance by Dimensional Storming our 10 HP dork, so we have a shot. I'm not beating Misty anyways. I don't think they have a Giovanni in their deck. I think I Spring Out this turn. Can anybody talk me out of using Spring Out this turn? There's a lot of upside to using Spring Out this turn. Why do I have to evolve? You gotta evolve, right? Why? I'm dead to Misty Heads anyways. Geo is literally the only thing that punishes me, right? And I don't think that's in their output range. I'm pretty sure the play to win line is take my 30 points. We win with a lot of permutations next turn, and we're not dead on board. So, decent shot here. Stop. Wiggle with it. Yeah, stop. Wiggle with it. Pop throughout, shall we? Good night. Opponent made one small mistake, and that gave us an opportunity to win that game. Wiglet to open. Pretty lucky. I think I chill on the Cape because I have an Iono in my deck, and I might want to shuffle it back in to go dig in. Yeah, I think so. Get caped up here. Only one is good for us. I think I'm supposed to do this because it maximizes the chance of having our evolution next turn. I'm holding on to this in my hand because there's one communication in my deck. Hitting the Moltres and taking the recoil damage, like, doesn't feel great, but unless they have exactly Dawn, we don't get punished by it, and putting this down to 80 means it dies to 2 hits from a Wug Trio, which is nice. That unfortunately means we're just dead, yep. Yep. Maybe no X speed or relief. What I miss on that coin flip there, they don't need an X speed or relief. They just attach their energy and retreat and blast us. I think we best need to start. Now, something some of these Darkrai Giratina decks are doing is some of them are playing copies of Dawn, so I actually think we're supposed to Team Rocket Grunts here to try to play around getting Dawned in this instance. That spread of hits is not ideal if we find our big Wiggler. You considered being luckier. It is, yep. So, that game was decided by a coin flip. It's like a lot of games of Pokemon Pocket are gonna go. Gotta just shrug and go to the next one. Just will get off, yeah. If they have Beedrill on curve, we need a Misty or a Rocket to hit to not get stripped out of our energy. Could be a game that's very polarized, not in our favor. They're less likely to have everything they need on curve since they need 2 Pokemon, but that's how stage 2s work. I have 1 Crowd Rare Pokeball. We're currently pulling for the second. We're capped on packs for the day, though. Thanks for the 15 months, Rock. Thanks, I think. This makes Beedrill incredibly likely. Yes, we finished shiny Beedrills today when we were opening on stream, actually. I don't think I can beat a Beedrill, so I don't think I'm supposed to play around it. I think I'm just supposed to energy hit them for 30 and lose to Beedrill. So that way we can win the game next turn if they miss it. And like, obviously they're about a coin flip or maybe a little better to have the Beedrill with the communication last turn, but this is one of those spots where playing the other Wiglet out means I don't lose the game as quickly, but it also means that I don't really have a chance to win. Cool, yeah. Whereas now, I win on the spot if they don't have it, and I find the Wug Trio. And we're so likely to find Wug Trio here, yeah? This is, I'm going to redraw 6 cards into 16. I'm pretty sure the Iono is more likely by a lot, right? Number of successes in population, sample size 6. We're 62%. Yeah, it's 62% to hit Wug Trio with the Iono. It's 38% to hit it with the Professor's Research. And once we hit the Pokeball here, it meant if we had communication, we also won that way. So this game's a good example of not playing scared and playing to our out and then winning because we played to our out as opposed to playing scared. I could have taken a line to lose more slowly against a Beedrill, but instead I took a line to win the game if they missed the Beedrill, and they missed, so we won. And I think that's a difference less experienced players don't make too frequently, is understanding when you're supposed to take a percentage play that loses you on the spot to certain things to give you a chance to actually win the game as opposed to losing more slowly. What is the alternative line was playing out a second Wiglet to my bench so that way I lost one turn slower if they had Beedrill. And actually, to top it all off, the very last card I drew off the Iono was the Wiglet I needed. So I would have been down a card and not gotten to the Wiglet the following turn if I hadn't kept the Wug Trio the following turn if I hadn't kept the Wiglet in hand. So, in a post-Giratina world, energy advantage is not quite as good as it used to be, is something to consider. We still want it, but it's not like the slam dunk it was in some previous metagames. I think we'll need to evolve next turn, so that way we don't die to Dawn. Yes, especially with them having the potion here, it means the extra 30 on board doesn't help me hit a breakpoint. And this is the line I talked about earlier where someone was asking, you know, why are there 2 Pokeballs in this deck? Well, we can communicate this Wiglet back into our deck, and then effectively it lets us Pokeball for Wugtrio in a spot like this. And then next turn, we'll get to go 3rd energy, play Wiglet out on the bench, and then Irida this back to 160. And then ideally, we don't hit the Darkrai, I think. I mean, we didn't hit the Darkrai. I don't know if that was necessarily ideal for us, though. Oh, honey. Oh, honey. Oh, honey. Whoopsie poopsie. Whoopsie poopsie. Oh, no. Bless your heart. Thanks. How many of those 8 wins yesterday because of that? Absolutely none. I did. One of my 8 wins yesterday was because I was dead on board to an Arceus player, and then Team Rockets took all 3 of their energies away, so that was kind of gas. Alright, we need to take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. If you're new here, I never play ads over the top of gameplay because I think that's super rude. So we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. We're going to hang out and talk with chat while the adverts happen. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tap the like button on the live stream. It doesn't cost you anything. It lets the algorithm know we're here making stuff that you enjoy watching. Helps it grow a little bit. Appreciate the 350 people that have done that already this morning. Hey, Senjo, thank you for the brand new subscription. Really appreciate that direct support. Folks like you are a big part of why this is able to be my job. Thanks for keeping me around. This is all in Wugtrio. Yes, we had a 9-win streak with this. I did 8 of them off stream and then one on stream this morning before I made a mistake and we lost our 10th, unfortunately. But I think I might see if we can take this one all the way through Great Ball to Ultra Ball. We're over halfway. I'm gonna play this for the first little bit this morning and see how it goes. Are we not playing in tournaments anymore? Why would I play in a tournament when I can play the rank ladder? How do you feel about all-in decks in general like bees? I think the all-in decks that are all-in on stage 2s are more suspect than decks that are all-in on basics or stage 1s. But also, like, playing a bunch of utility cards is good, so it's fine. How am I liking Rank so far? Rank so far is exactly meeting my expectations. Not in the least bit surprised at how it's structured, really. It's all about how much you play. I actually have my editor working on a video with some concise thoughts talking about some things about the rank system and giving some numbers about how long the grind takes depending on various win rates that you have. And how quickly your deck wins games. That'll be up later today or tomorrow, depending on as they work for it. The average human being is not going to reach Master Ball. You have to play an incredible amount to reach Master Ball. What a sad first draw. Can't use that. And again, we don't want to use this because we both have Iono in both decks most likely, and we have a Pokemon Communication to toss this back with and then fish it back out. Kurik, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. It is confirmed that ranks drop at the end of the season. However, it is not confirmed how much you drop. So you will definitely drop. How much, we don't know. Playing the second Hitmonlee out seems like a pretty big mistake for them when they put the helmet here, right? Having fun with this deck. It's amusing. It's got lines. No evolution from them is very good. For us, obviously. And there's the Wiggler. And this is really key about a deck like this, gamers, is winning games quickly has so much value on the ladder. This deck's not only pretty serviceable, but it wins and loses fast, which has a lot of value. To give an example of the type of stats I'm going to talk about in my thoughts on ranked video when it goes up here later today or tomorrow. If you have a 50% win rate with a deck that plays 6-minute games, you will get to Master Ball just as quickly as someone who has a 54% win rate playing 9-minute games. And that's one of the things that's really key about these ladder systems, is it's about the time you spend, but it's also about volume, which means decks that are slightly worse in terms of performance, but are playing faster for both wins and losses, are better for making it to the top in a less amount of time. Look at how happy they are, Chip. Play our Flex Pokeball. And again, with the second Pokeball in hand, we are not playing this out. Because if I draw Pokemon Communication, I can Communication this back into my deck, get the other Wug Trio, and then Pokeball this back out, effectively letting us Pokeball for the stage 1. Can you walk us through Communication and Iono in stage 1 and stage 2 decks? So, the basic heuristic is that the less Pokemon are in... It's a weird tension between the two. The less Pokemon that are in your deck, the more likely communication is to get you the thing that you care about. However, what's the word I'm searching for? However, oh god, look at that. Nice bars, gamer. Sorry, my brain is bricked. They don't have a guarantee. I need to focus on this game. I'm gonna try and focus and try and win. Am I doing this? Actually, I think I am, right? Is there any reason to try and take the energy off this turn? No, I think we wait, because if they attach another energy next turn, I have a chance to high roll, yeah? Do I play around a second copy of Mars? No, I don't think anybody ever has room for a second copy of Mars. Says local man about to be Marsed. And there's value in not evolving this turn, because if I hit this Darkrai for 30, it dies in one fewer Wug Trio hits. So I'm not evolving this turn, because if I win this 50-50, it's valuable for us. And obviously we missed it, which is sad, but it's correct to not... It's correct to not evolve here. Less Pokemon with Pokemon communication is both good and bad, because it gives you less things to throw back into your deck, but it also makes it more accurate when you play it. I personally have really enjoyed playing both one Iono and one Communication in most of these decks, because they are cards that serve a similar purpose, but have different upsides and downsides associated with playing them. If that makes sense. Yes, with fewer Pokemon in your deck, you can play Communication less often, but when you do play it, it gives you a hit more frequently. And even without this Team Rocket hit, I think we're in a pretty good spot. If we hit with it, I think the game is over. Yeah, I'm not sure that they can win anymore. We hit the healing card, so they weren't killing us either way. And then 2 pop throughout. I was just about to say 2 pop throughout should get us here unless we full hit the Drudagon. So we had 5 50-50s hit Drudagon there. Hey, Flip Off, thanks for the membership on the YouTube side. I appreciate it. So we have 2 potions and 2 Iridas in my deck that let this survive. As well as Misties to add energy to here, and Team Rocket Grunts to take energies from here. So we've got a lot of live ones here. Oh no! Oh no! Alright, I think we're cooked. Now, gamers, turnabout's fair game, yes? Turnabout is fair game. Look at this incredibly high-octane, low-variance, large skill game we are engaging in, my opponent and I. Oh my god, just the absolute worst pop throughout hits imaginable. We can still win. We can definitely still win. I agree with that. We are not remotely dead yet. In fact, them electing to kill this Wug Trio, I think is good for us, right? Because it means I don't have to win any coin flips or anything to get 2 more attacks in. So we just need to kill an EX and 2 attacks now. I think this Cyrus is a mistake from them. I think we have a real shot because of this mistake from them. And we should just keep attaching all of our energies because they're a Team Rocket player. Speaking of. Rats. All right, we need to clear an EX and 2 pop throughout. Still possible for us to lose here. We can put them all into here or spread here, here, and here. Yes, this was a pass promo Darkrai. It's real weird looking. What is the best deck to get with your starter deck ticket? There is a video covering exactly that on my YouTube channel. Went up over the weekend. So let me get this right. You're playing Misty and Team Rocket. My deck is titled Skill Game for a reason. Rage Quit. Thank you for the 59 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Thing. Thank you for the 15 months. Good night. That Darkrai in particular. Get it out of here. All right. We're up to a 4-win streak. We dropped our 9-win streak. Couldn't get to 10, but we're back up to 4 here. Currently on a 6-win streak with Mr. Wiggles. I'm going to regret putting this deck out into the world, aren't I? This might be a give up the first Wiglet, lead on the back one. Maybe we're just supposed to hope they don't have their stage 1 here. Seems unlikely. Oh, you know what? I should have healed this so that way they needed heads to clear it. They found it anyways. They probably have healing either way, so I'm not going to give them a chance to flip heads and kill this, I don't think. I don't think we go for it. I think they're probably on a bunch of Ericas and stuff anyways, and the hit doesn't really matter. I think I have so much sustain in my hand, I just want to evolve and then 150 them twice. That is unfortunately a dead draw thanks to our other Wiggles eating it early. Hopefully this one's just gonna go ahead and carry. I think that's actually bad for us? Question mark. I really would have preferred to clear the Celebi, yeah? Then bricking again is lovely. Because of the threat of Team Rocket, I want to just keep attaching all of our energies. We get up to 120 here, so they would need all 3 heads on Celebi to clean us out next turn. What a wiggly god. What a wiggly god, gamers. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. You have an Erica, too? They're dead, right? All 3 go here, they die. Any amount go here, they die. Alright, we're back up to a 4 win streak. I believe that puts us to Great Ball 4. Almost 2 points off. Oh, it was a 5 win streak, actually. We're so lucky we keep having Wiglet on one. I'm here for the future, Jeff. You must destroy all evidence of this deck before we face the Great Wiggle of 2025. Please, I beg you. Oh, man. I'd apologize, but I'm not sorry. This deck is pure, unadulterated Pokemon Pocket. It's just distilled Pokemon Pocket in its purest form. All right, Misty, are we playing a game or not? You decide. Really, I mean, I wouldn't mind if you didn't want to. It would be cool if you wanted to just end it now. Fine, we'll play a game. If you insist. We get another try next turn to not play a game. Pretty sure Misty's better. It's a fine spread. It means that 2 hits on either of these EXs win us the game next turn. Another EX is very good for them. Makes our pop throughout have a bigger spread. That doesn't matter, right? Because I have the cape. Cape matters. All right, we're playing a real game, as they say. We need 2 heads on this, or another one trio here, or just a little bit of a high roll. There's a lot of permutations of this game that we win. Oh, yikes. Research, Iono, Evolution, and 3 cards. So 1 in 3 loosely to either find the Wug Trio or have a redraw at it. And if we brick on that 1 in 3, we'll need 2 heads on Team Rocket Grunt to buy a turn. So we've got a 33%er and then a 25%er. Missed on the 33%er. Can we hit the 25%er? Ah, so close. So close. Yeah, GG opponent. Yeah, we'll make sure they don't misclick their space-time bellow. We're actually about a coin flip there. A 2/3, a 1 in 3, and a 25%er gives us about a 50%. A little less to be able to win that game. The old dexterity check, yes, exactly. Every time we start on my non-flared Wiglet, I feel sad, chat. It is worth taking 20 to deal 30, because putting them down to 90 means we only need 2 big wig triggers to clean it out. Is there any reason to cape here? No. I guess without caping, we lose to Leaf Farfetch, but if there's a Leaf Farfetch in their Origin Form Palkia deck, they can have it. Misty High Roll. Misty High Roll doesn't matter because I'm taking 20. So the Pokeball here not only thins our deck, but it means that Pokemon communication is live to win the game here as well. And now I can afford to play around a Misty heads, but do I? What's the difference? Next round it'll be 15 cards. 30 sample size. 73% versus 67%. Do I give up 6% equity on my Iono to find my evolution to dodge a second Misty with a heads? Do I give up 6% to play around like a 25%er? Yeah, it's probably worthwhile. So again, for people that aren't familiar, I'm calculating the odds of Iono with 4 cards versus Iono with 5 in this instance. As the computation I'm doing on the right. I did not forget to attack. If I attack, I go down to 60, and then I lose to their, what's it called? I lose to them attacking and hitting tails. And putting 30 on here doesn't matter. All the computation. I'm just going to leave the Hypergeo open. This is actually 58% to hit here. Versus 67. Yeah, I take the extra 10, I think. And they're cooked, yeah. Yeah. Our Wiglet sniped a Magikarp yet. Not on stream, but it was one of my wins yesterday off stream. In the short term, ranked is a huge boost for Pokemon Pocket, and it's been good for content numbers. In the mid to long term, how much attrition and burnout and people no longer playing the game because they feel bad from losing in ranked will remain to be seen. So the short-term outcome of ranked was always going to be beneficial. There were lots of people that were chomping at the bit for something super grindy to do in Pokemon Pocket, and ranked provides exactly that. Noise? To kick him in the energy in addition to, getting the Wug down next turn. I'm not sure that 20 HP matters, right? They're going to be at 140 versus 120. We could technically lose the game this turn cycle. If we full clear the Moltres and put nothing on the Charmeleon and don't knock it out, they can put Charizard up if it's old Charizard and get us. Our Wug Trio has been fond of putting all the damage into one thing lately. Alright, and then when it doesn't, we win the game on the spot, yeah. We are now 16-3 with this deck in Great Ball. I think the plan is to push to Ultra with it so we can smack a YouTube title on it saying Wug Trio got us through all of Great Ball or whatever. Dialga starting on Mew is not where they want to be in life, and we also have first energy advantage. Just need to convert into a stage 1 here at some point. Are there rewards for ranking up in Pokemon like there are in Marvel Snap? Absolutely. You get 5 pack hourglasses for every breakpoint that you hit. With the tippy top being you get 100 pack hourglasses for finishing in the top 10,000. Alright, unless they reset our hand here, we're in a very good spot. And hitting the Arceus in the back for 30 again here is very good, because it sets it up with a 2x Wug Trio breakpoint. Our second Wiglet on the bench here is actually really important, because if this hits the Mew this turn, it goes to 150, which means it dies to a triple hit from Geno backing. That was a very unfortunate spread for us. If we clear the Mew next turn, we win the game though, so assuming they don't clear our Wug Trio. Pokeball here is very good for them. I think the Dialga Arceus matchup is actually quite hard for this deck, for the reason you're seeing right here, which is even when they get set up, they just have so much HP. That doesn't matter. They need all 3 on the Wug Trio still. Alright, we need to win the game on the spot or clear the Mew here, both of which are pretty unlikely. Ooh, do they have another red if they don't have another red, they're punished for using the one last turn. A lot of these decks are playing 2 of it now, which might have been why they YOLO'd it. Wow! Get punished, gamer. Okay, we got a real shot because of their mistake now. Shaman's a double-edged sword. Shaman gives me another target. I think this might have been wrong to play. Because Shaman means, I actually don't know what the math is. I'll have to sit down and count it. But Shaman means I have 3. Well, no, it's probably right, because it's the same number, right? Because it puts this out of range. All right, we need to heal, so if we kill Mew, we don't die in the back crack. But obviously, we need 2 here or 2 here. And then no matter how we cut it, we're dying, so I'm not playing more cards. Either win or lose here. Ah, GG. Like I said, I think this matchup's very bad for Wugtrio. They have so many beefy Pokemon. Alright, 16-4, 100 points to go. We need to take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. I'm going to throw the deck list up on the screen. Appreciate everybody that's hanging out today. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. It doesn't cost you anything, and it helps the content reach some more people. Appreciate the almost 500 folks that have done that this morning already, but there's almost 1,100 people over there, so we can certainly pump that number up a little bit. Kudu Canoe, thanks for the quarter of a year. Hey, Kazuya, I do not recall. Apologies. I don't think I have a good reference to scroll back to this particular one, so they don't appear in your user profile on the channel like regular message. As one of Pokemon Pocket's predominant Starmie enjoyers, it hurts me to tell you that Starmie's just kind of power crept. Poor Starmie is just kind of power crept. I think Fighting Box, Magnezone is playable on the ladder. I think everything is playable, gamers. I think there's a pretty big spread of matchups you're going to run into. I think most of the decks that were good last season are all still pretty much good now. You can climb even with things that are pretty mediocre. Chocolate Rain, thank you for the 16 months. Welcome back. The power creep in this game has been much faster than I expected. I actually don't agree with that. I think Arceus is an explicitly erroneous example of power creep. But looking at our latest expansion, it's not clear to me that their intentions were ramp up all the numbers quickly as opposed to they just overtuned a basic legendary. Jay Shed, thank you for the almost 3.5 years. Welcome back. I'd like to give a shout out too before we dive on into games to one of my longtime stream sponsors that had some comments. Well, my new awesome shirt design. I just got this one in the mail. This is from Into the AM. They make awesome premium clothing and graphical shirts. They make all the stuff you see scrolling down here and all the things you see me wearing every day. They have a up to 60% off stuff on their site through Friday, April 4th. You can check them out using my Hoaglandia link for an extra 10% on top of that. Appreciate the folks that support the content by checking out the sponsors. They make great stuff. I've been working with them for years now. Got a few shirts from them in my closet that are pushing on 4 years at this point. Still look and feel great. Chrono Loop, thanks for the 2 months. Welcome back. God, we're running so hot. We've had Wiglet on 1 every single game this set. Could be a quick one, video gamers. Says local man about to die to Cardivine Giovanni. No Giovanni, we're probably good. They hit us for 50, we evolve, we heal 40, we start running them down. I'm not planning to play Marvel Step until their season rolls over tomorrow, no. Pockets been poppin'. New cards are sweet. Rank ladder's been a good engagement driver. All things considered, seems very good for us. Another Arceus is actually pretty good for them. Lets them spread our pop throughout damage out some more. That being said, if one of our three clears this Cardivine next turn, it's pretty good for the home team. Yes, and if you want to know my approximate schedule with not only when I'm streaming, but what I loosely plan to stream, gosh, we're so good at this, what I'm loosely planning to stream each day, you can find it underneath the Twitch stream on Blue Sky and inside of my Discord announcements channel. Do I have a deck list for this deck? I do not. I loaded 20 cards up at random, and I have no idea what we're playing. Every time I draw a card, it's a mystery. That's why I'm so surprised to have Wiglet on whatever game. Look at how shiny they are, chat. Not all heroes wear capes, but this one trio certainly does. Just as a general comment, I guess they could be digging for Moltres here. Usually you don't want a communication until you're looking for something in particular, but I suppose this could be them looking for Moltres. Them finding another basic here has value in the face of the spring out. The first hit from this going on Charmander would be very good because Charizard has 180 HP, so hitting it for 30 puts it to a breakpoint for Wug Trio, which is nice. Misty Head's next turn makes us incredibly likely to win. They're bricking their stage 1. I think we're favored either way here. I mean, I gotta tell you, chat, there is a lot of value in playing a deck that wins games quickly in Pokemon Pocket. The ladder is all about volume. We have a killer win rate with this deck too, but the volume of games that we play very quickly is really high. Like a sub 3-minute game. My editor's going to be really confused when I send him the notes for this highlight. It's like 12 games as compared to the normal 5 or 6 we usually do. And they're just going to be a bunch of like 2 and 3 minute games like this. Oh, you know what? I realized I haven't checked our Wonder Picks yet. Did I ask you that real quick and be disappointed that there's no 2 stars? Maddox, thank you for the membership on the YouTube side. Appreciate the support. If I have to budget the normal 4-diamond Wug Trio in replace of the shiny, how much worse is it? Significantly worse, but probably still playable. Is it better to not see the 2 stars or miss them every time? Miss them every time for sure. Miss them every time for sure. At least that I would get to feel like I have resources that I'm spending for value. Whereas right now I have nothing useful to do. Pokemon Pocket following in the path of every other mobile game I've ever played, where every update all the menus feel like they get slower and laggier. Hey, Benevolent Banana, thank you for the entire year. Welcome back. Let's get you a sword to go with that shield. Okay, so I want to pull this one back and play this other Wiglet out because that one didn't have my flare, and this one does. So strictly optimal to switch the Wiglets here. Crunch. All right, 3 Wug Trios in my deck to draw 2 here. So 25% to find a Wug Trio. our coin supporters faring a little bit better than theirs. High skill, low variance matchup here for sure. Another 2-minute win on the clock. What Pokemon line do you think is likely the best in Dialga decks? I mean, it's Arceus is the answer to that question, yeah. A true battle of wits, a test of skill. DJ, thanks for the entire year. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. Speaking of Dialga, this is the matchup we're looking to dodge. I think it's our hardest of the common decks. They just have so much health. Them having first energy advantage here, good chance we're cooked. Our hand doesn't have any rockets or misties in it, which are our chance to kind of undo them having first energy advantage, so. Especially with this Shaman here, I would imagine we're dead to rights. Alright, this is flip a coin to steal first energy advantage. Successfully stolen. Thanks, Grunts. I don't think that means we win the game, but it means we get to continue to play. Oh, God. Spring out is a lot worse when it does 10, yep. Although, Spring Out only doing 10 to a Shaman is relevant with the Wug Trio happening next turn. Means this dies to one Wug Trio hit. I want to Irida to heal Wug Trio to full here, because otherwise at 150 or 130 we die to Arceus plus red. So with good Wug Trio variants we could win this game, but we're definitely behind at the moment. Clearing that is good. It means that we could high roll the Arceus and win the game next turn. I've not played this out because we're not in danger of losing the game this turn. And if I draw Pokemon Communication next turn with this Pokeball in hand, we can communicate this in, Pokeball it back out, and then Misty it, and potentially have a follow-up threat for after they kill this one. Wug Trio reminds me a lot of Wigglytuff from previous seasons, where, like, we're in a spot like this where we're behind, but it's like, so you're saying there's a chance. We're down, but we're not out. Just need to hit the 1 and 4 2 out of 3 times. And if we draw the other Wug Trio, we could also just hit 1 heads on Misty to have a follow-up threat, to have a chance after they kill this one. Potion is very, very good. And this is, again, why this is our toughest matchup. They just have so much sustain. Wait, did they just Metallic Turbo again? Oh, that's super wrong. That's so very, very wrong. I think it's this. I think it's this. Now, I need to play the Wiglet out so we can start building it up, which means my Pokemon communication is now a brick, unfortunately. All right, we've got 2 EXs we could double tap next turn. We have 1 Research, 1 Iono, and 1 Wugtrio in our deck. And if they choose to Metallic Turbo again next turn, we can also draw our second Irida to be able to live the Arceus hit still. So we'll see if they want to switch the Arceus hit or not. Cape doesn't change a breakpoint here unless you have another potion to go along with it. Okay, so I have Wugtrio, our other Wugtrio, redraws, and Irida that are all live here. That's a miss. Alright, just pop, drop, and lock it, eh? Oh, you know what? This was actually a small mistake here. I should not have played this cape out, because the cape doesn't save me from anything, and if I draw Iono, cape's an extra card to redraw with. So putting the cape on this could be game losing. One Research, 1 Wugtrio, 1 Iono, and 6 cards. They don't have the basic! Holy! They don't have the basic. Oh my, I just assumed we were cooked. What a freaking video game. All right, 50% for the spring out to win the game. And we're 60% to find Wugtrio. We have a 60%er and then a 50%er, so we're 75% to win here. That'll do, pig. That'll do. What a glorious Wugtrio game. Stop. Wiggle with it. Yeah, stop. Wiggle with it. Win streaks back up to 4, gamers. 669 points. Nice. $41 points to the next rank. grab our Wiglet. Go dig in with the research. Slide energy out. Again, not playing this because keeping it with Pokemon communication is better. Keeping it's also better in the face of Iono. Misty Wug Trio. Opponent, you shouldn't have. No, really, this is really bad for you. You shouldn't have. Says local man about to flip tails. Alright, do we win the game on the spot? We do not. I think I'm just evolving because I'm only 1 in 3 to get value out of a deal 30 hitting the Rotom. I guess hitting this has value if they explicitly have Cape. Maybe we're supposed to take our 30 shot there. It's scary to hit this and then be at 40 and then die to a Carnivine. But I guess there's value in hitting both of these. Yeah, this evolution might have been premature. Don't you hate when your Wiglet's premature, chat? We kind of need a Cape next turn. So we throw the Wiglet back. We do the old effectively Pokeball for our stage 1 here. Alright, and then obviously that's insane, because it means even if Arceus comes up and clears us, we have a second one trio ready to go. Cinema. Absolute cinema. Get wugged. Target locked. All right, that's a 5-win streak. All right, final boss to Ultra. Does this feel better than 18 Trainer Articuno? Absolutely. Can you believe I only hit 1 heads here? We're so unlucky. Ulster, thank you for the brand new tier 1. I appreciate that. Oh, there's so many choices here. I think it's heal for 20, yeah? I think it's heal for 20. Because there's a concern about X speed into Weavile if I don't heal. I could, like, research and hope to find one of our 3 Wug trios in that instance to evolve into. No copy of Dawn for them this turn should mean our Wiglet lives to fight another day. So we're 47%. Oh, so because we have this in hand, we're actually more likely to hit with research because communication is a hit. We're 49% to hit with research versus like 47-ish with the Iota there. We're not out of the woods yet here. Yeah, Iono's technically a little bit better because we could, like, get Wiglet and communication back at the same time, but the odds on that in particular are a little bit low, yeah? That's the fuzzy, there's extra in there, and I don't have time to, like, compute it off the cuff, but it's probably low enough. So obviously, we could win the game on the spot. I'm actually a little surprised they played this out, because 2 triggers on the Steezel loses them the game. Two heads on this wins the game. Alright, so I need 3 on the Darkrai or 2 on the Steezel. Back Darkrai. That was the worst possible, yeah? Because it means if I would have... I have 3 on here would have been the next spec, because I can't clear with the Spring Out. We really wanted at least 1 on here, although I suppose they probably have the Weavile at this point. There's only 1 hit in there. 29% to research. It's actually almost exactly the same. Ioto's 30%. So I guess we Ioto. So you're saying there's a chance. The problem with it might have been right to research because the Ioto here gives them redraws when we knew their hand was bricked. So this is one of those spots where it looks like our opponent got a little bit lucky, and they did, but I think I actually took the wrong percentage play without consideration for their hand. So we could redraw Misty and hit 2 heads back here, but they would have been less likely to draw their Rocket Grunts in that instance if I hadn't Iono'd. And since we were about flat even 29 versus 30% to draw, we're about flat even 29 versus 30% to draw the thing. We should have done the one that was less likely to reset their hand. And this is the brutal part of the ladder, right? With the win streak there, if we won that game, we were Ultra. But because we lost it, we lose our win streak and we lose points. And now I'm 3 games away from Ultra. Or I guess 2 in a row. No, 3, right? So it would be 10 and then 13. Someone asked me a question about the extra wallet. I really like the tool card I keep in the back of mine. And the tracker card is reasonable too if you want to attach it to your phone. I have both the Pro and the regular, and there's a little bit of a difference in the trigger on the Pro. I think it comes with a better warranty overall. Someone asked, any tips for understanding probability at a glance? Decades of experience with it. Probability is something that's very unintuitive to the average human being, and you really just need to be like looking at numbers constantly to have a better gut feeling for what it looks like when you're looking at numbers. For people who aren't familiar with my background, I have a graduate degree and undergraduate degree in mathematics. I spent time teaching probability and all sorts of other introductory level classes at the high school and college level. Calc, pre-algebra, trigonometry, all that kind of stuff, finite math. Yes, when you hear me quoting numbers, I don't have a bunch of hypergeometric distributions calculated by memory. I have a calculator up on my 3rd monitor and I'm plugging numbers in. What inspired this beautiful monstrosity of a deck? I lost 3 games in a row while I was out walking around trying to play a good deck. And decided I wanted the cheese people. Then we hit an 8-0 streak with this, and now we're 20-5 inside of Great Ball with it between yesterday, off stream, and today. If you were to try another all-in Pokemon, who would it be? Why would I try another all-in Pokemon when I have Wiglet? Just go all in with your Wiglet, chat, but be sure you bring some protection like a giant cape for it. Otherwise, you can get into some trouble. I think I'm supposed to go in on the active one. It's close, though. Do you think the new Lucario is good? Absolutely not. In fact, if you want my thoughts on all of the new EX Pokemon, I would encourage you to check out the new EX Pokemon tier list on my YouTube channel. Oh, I missed that they were on Dark Energy, so they're 2 turns away from attacking with this Giratina at a minimum, which is really good for us. I was thinking they were going to attach a Psychic and be threatening to attack next turn, but they're actually not, which is great. Can we win the game on the spot? Sure can't. I don't want to play this out because I don't want to get tempo sabrinaed. Is there any downside to not keeping this turn? Any upside to not keeping this turn? I'm just going to keep this turn. And obviously we'll wait a turn on this. Death and Cross. Thanks for the over 2 years. Welcome back. Do you think Granny would be a good inclusion in this deck? No. If I thought Granny was a good inclusion, I'd play her. I think you should play to maximize your good early draws, not play to play a long, grindy game. This cape is a mistake for my opponent unless they have another potion. They want it. They should be prioritizing getting this out of Wug Trio breakpoints, and they did not do that. So when you're playing against this deck, you want to be getting your things to numbers above quantities that are divisible by 50. So getting this to 160 was better than putting this to 150. Good night, sweet prince. All right, they've got more high HP basics here. If we don't find a Team Rocket or a Misty, we're going to be in some trouble here. Have you thought about adding an overlay with your current rank? Absolutely not. I think the type of person who cares a lot about my current rank is not the type of person I want consuming my content anyways, because they tend to be a kind of miserable human being on average. We needed 2 with that, yeah? We only got 1. All right, can we high roll one more time? There is a very common misconception among gamers who like to sweat profusely while playing games like Pokemon Pocket that your rank means you are better or worse at this game, when it absolutely does not. The rank system in Pokemon Pocket is exactly like the rank system in most other mobile card games, and that your success in it is by and large a measure of how much time you spend playing the game more than anything. And that's not to say that you could be terrible and make it to the top, but it is to say that just because you're rank 1 doesn't mean you're the best Pokemon Pocket player in the world. It just means you're an above average Pokemon Pocket player who's played an incredible amount of this game. In fact, the way the Pokemon Pocket ladder is structured, it cares about time played more than almost any other ladder I've engaged in. It is a very heavily grind-based experience. Looking to dodge another Cape or Pokeball so a stray Wug Trio hit can clear this out next turn. So, I actually don't know the Wug Trios off of the gut, but I feel like we're in a reasonable spot here, right? 1 stray hit wins the game here, and 2 stray hits on either of these wins the game. So there's, or 3 here. So like, while there's obviously a lot of some permutations where we don't, we've got a decent shot here. Cool, we'll just take 6 points on the way out the door. All right, I need to run to the restroom, and we need to take an ag break, so we'll throw this pile of cards up on the screen. The plan is to grind to Ultra with this morning, and then we'll switch over to playing some other stuff. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. As always, I'll never put ads over the gameplay here, because I think that's incredibly rude. Appreciate everybody watching. If you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to tap the like button. BRB gamers. You know, I gotta say, gamers, I think this might be my new favorite Into the AM shirt. The colors on it are just so great. Love the new deck list on the right side. It's much easier to read. Yeah, the game implemented this. This wasn't something I did. There's a new feature inside of the deck screen. If you're not familiar, we can show it off so you can easily share decks with friends or put them up here for content. It's a great QOL. You can click these 3 dots now and hit view all cards in deck. I ordered that shirt earlier this morning. Nice. Yeah, it's a slick one. I think it glows in the dark too. I think some of their ones glow in the dark. I think this one glows in the dark. $14 points off, gamers. 14 points off. I opened 20 packs hoping to build this, and I now have matching immersive Giratinas and 0 Wugtrias. You're more likely to get an immersive Giratina than you are to get any individual EX Pokemon. Although maybe if you count all the alt arts for it, that's not quite the same. But yeah, there's your odds of getting an immersive are relatively high. There's so many EXs and 2 stars for those EXs. In a way, the best EX in the pack being the most accessible is a good thing, I suppose. Yeah, I think average draw to average draw were favored here. But obviously, their deck's probably a bit more consistent than we are because they don't need an evolution. Cape doesn't do anything here, right? Does it not? Maybe you're right. I should have held the cape for the Iono. Yeah, you're correct. I should have held the cape for the Iono. Although, I suppose with the Iridas, that's not strictly true. Uh, 14, 2, 5, 1... to go for it. This is 60% to find the thing. I guess this gives them a chance to find their Articuno as well, though. We could wiggle it. And that's, someone asking, if I think good draw to good draw, we're favored there. But we need to find our... It's easier for them to have a more average draw than us because they don't need a stage 1. Just like the Curse of Evolution Pokemon. That's fine. We were 2 wins off of Ultra, and we're still 2 wins off Ultra with that loss. See, this is the problem with the ladder, chat. When you find a deck that's cracked for the ladder, other people get to start playing it against you in mirror matches before you get to finish laddering up with it. How do you like the pedal chair? Is it a chair? Any results? Thinking about getting something similar. So, it is a chair. I have a bike command still. I don't have a picture off yet. I can pull a picture up after the game. Oh, it's not an exact mirror. It depends on what you mean by results, though. The number one thing I want to make it very clear for people when it comes to something like this exercise chair is that the exercise chair does not help you lose weight. You should not pick up the exercise bike if you think it's going to be a weight loss vehicle for you, because it's not. That's not how that works. The exercise chair is great for allowing you to do cardio at a convenient timing. So it's nice that I can get my exercise in while I'm working. And exercise is lovely. It makes you feel better. It makes you healthier. But exercise is not a weight loss vehicle. They have an X speed as well, or are they doing nothing here? You lose ounces at the gym and pounds in the kitchen. That's such a great way to put it. And unironically, if you're really, depending on what you're doing at the gym, you'll actually put on weight there if you're doing it appropriately in some instances. I've been doing a regular weightlifting program with one of my buddies since November of last year. And my goal at this point is basically maintain weight while shifting around how it's distributed. It can contribute though. No, any calories burned are helpful. So, exercise and burning I want to prefix this with I am not a doctor or a nutritionist, and you should not get your exercise or nutrition or weight loss advice from a random dickhead on Twitch like me. That being said, exercise can often make it more difficult for many people to lose weight because it's very easy to feel hungry after you exercise and consume more calories than you burned from the nominal exercise. And again, if you have questions about weight loss and want to pursue it, you should talk to a nutritionist or a doctor or someone that can give you good, educated, informed advice. I am talking about my lived experience and what works for me and what my understanding is. I think I have a picture here. There we go. So for people that aren't familiar or newer to the stream, this is me 2 summers ago. So this is the contraption I'm riding on is the same. I'm smaller and she's bigger now. And again, just for clarity's sake, overweight white man and adorable toddler not included in the price of the chair. That being said, I've seen my demographics that I know many of you at home could provide your own overweight white man. Haley was very little. She was in fact very, very little. So I believe that photo was summer of 23, and I lost about 55 pounds in 24. All right, another rank up match. We missed last time. Can we hit this time? Alright, first energy advantage, that's a good start. No metal energy, that's a good follow-up. Wiggle and Wug Trio in hand. Don't stop, I'm almost there. Charmander, Moltres, alright. I got 2 shiny Kakuna and 2 shiny Beedrill and nothing else. Playing the solo Beedrill deck for the next month. I like Beedrill Leafeon as well. I think there's a few ways you can approach Beedrill. Have you run into bots at this rank? I have not. I have heard of people getting bots inside of Great Ball, but only after they lose an incredible amount in a row. And we are currently 22-6 with this deck, so we've not been doing much losing. If we win this one, this deck will have carried us through the entirety of this rank. This is a very good start for them. Normally, their deck does not have a lot of basic Pokemon, and them having a lot of basics here is very bad for us. Makes our one true a lot less effective. It'll be a tough final boss. Maybe they could hit some tails here for us. Nope. Alright, it's a couple. Looking for a Misty. It's like an inverse Misty in a way. Not quite the same because they have... It's not quite the same because they have Moltres, but... We're hoping that they brick on Charmeleon next turn. If they have Charmeleon next turn into Charizard, we're probably cooked. One Trio could just OTK the Charmeleon and just, like, carry us right on through for sure. Yeah, they just, like, casually have every basic in their deck. Playing the Pokeball when they have all their basics is a mistake. We are an Iono deck. Tails! Tails! Yikes. And they had the cape for the Charmeleon, so I'd have to triple hitter it. Why is the Pokeball a mistake? Because it puts them down a card if I Iono them. Alright, this means they need Leaf. Can I take the extras off the Charmeleon? Is that allowed? Is that how that works? Alright, well, Trio, you've sniped a few times during this set. Can you snipe one more? We actually don't want this Moltres sniped. We want this sniped, or we want damage back here. Want to leave this bird alone, ideally. Well, we got some damage back here. Leaf plus old Charizard cooks us. This setup means we can put 2 into this Charmeleon. And we can kind of infer they don't have Charizard currently. Because if they had Charizard, they would have evolved it to play around double pop throughout, yeah? So they do need to hit it, which is nice for us. And if they do hit it and can retreat this, we only need 1 heads on a Misty to attack with this next turn. Hopefully one Trio just puts the Charmeleon out of its misery here. And then it doesn't come to that, but... Can't be choosers here. They were 1 in 3 to draw Charizard here, and they're already through both their researches, so if we hit the 66%er, we probably win the game. I have a video coming later this week about playing Iono versus playing Research. Oh, aiming for Friday for that one. Okay, Okay, so on average, they're dead here. Because at this point, too, it means that, this one's going to be ready to go. We would have hit the Misty as well, which is nice. Get to Irida. Alright, they're not dead yet, but we're done here. Alright. I have a lot of self-worth now, right? I can feel good about myself. I am an Ultra Ball gamer. That's how this works. Yes, gamers, we're here. We're at Ultra Ball. We're 25% of the way to Master Ball. All right, so we went 23 and 6 with this deck between my on-stream and off-stream games. So that's 23 out of 29. We had a 79% win rate with this abomination of a Pokemon Pocket deck, which really, if let's be honest, this is just like, this deck is pure distilled Pokemon Pocket in its finest form. Like, if you think about what this deck is doing, it embodies everything the designers want this game to be. You can actually fall back out of Ultra. Yeah, if we lose the next one, we drop back down to Great Ball. This deck is everything, what's it called? Dragonite wishes it could be. Pokemon Pocket as Richard Garfield intended it, yeah. Alright, there's a rank floor at Great Ball 1. There is not a ranked floor at Ultra. I would assume once you hit Masters, you can't fall back out of Masters. Would be my expectation. All right, we hit Ultra, which was my goal to start. We're nowhere near done playing today. We're going to switch decks. I'm going to run upstairs and grab some lunch, though, because my legs are tired from pedaling and I'm ready to eat, because exercise makes you hungry. I'm stepping away, so I'm going to tap it in. While I do that, when we get back, we're going to play something else inside of Ultra that will be slower and more deliberate, I'm sure. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. this is one of my other new Into the AM designs. I like their nature scenes too. Throw that one in the back to show it off. Oh. All right, what are we doing? We're gonna play a deck with a little bit less variance than it, I think. Low bar. I know. What do we think of this pile? I think I like this a lot from a theory perspective. All right, I need to slot our full art Iono from the spoils this morning into everything. Fix the Ralph Wiggum energy here. Think we ever want to attack with Trudagon? I'm going to mostly silently eat my food here to start. So we're going to keep playing and clicking around as we go, but I'll be a little quiet. I'm gonna keep this so it doesn't die to a Headstrom Executor next turn, I think. Inquisitor, thank you for that brand new Prime support. Appreciate it. All right, I really want to copy a Tina here, yeah? So I think I'm going to go ahead and Iono. Oh, it's so unlucky. %66% to find Tina there. You know, I don't think I've ever played a competitive game before. Or not, competitive is the wrong word, because ladders are. LOL. But anyways, I don't think I've ever played a ladder system before where when you get to the next rank, it doesn't give you some type of buffer to prevent you from falling out in your next game. Like, being able to D-rank between things happens in a number of games, but usually you at least get like some type of buffer, like Snap gives you some free cubes, or like you have, you get one loss at the next one before bumping down immediately. I don't think you can D-rank in general. You can D-rank from Ultra. You can't D-rank from Great Ball and lower. Having two Ericas a little much here. Probably cooked. Without our Giratina. This deck list is a very similar core to the Dragonite one I posted today. Yes, that is accurate. How do we feel about picking up our first point on this turn with the Cyrus, and then trying to set up getting our other 2 points on this Executor here? We're gonna have to hope they hit some tails in the middle, I think. I also kind of needed the other Greninja here. Our bottom 3 cards being second Greninja double Giratina is an experience. And they get 2 tails in a row. We have a real shot here. If they don't have a Cyrus, I can top... If they don't have Cyrus or healing, I can top deck second Greninja on a 50%er and Cyrus to clear this Executor to win the game. What an asshole. Yeah, immediately just down, back down to Great Ball. So for those that haven't seen anybody play at Ultra yet, you lose 7 points for a game lost at Ultra. And then here's the other interesting part, and this is This is why I'm kind of surprised they let you D-rank, is for the average player, I think you're actually supposed to stop playing in Ultra. Because your... Where are they? The end of season rewards are your final rank rewards. So if you make it to Ultra 1 and you end up hitting a bad streak and slide back down to Great Ball 4, you get 10 less hourglasses at the end. If you don't manage to climb back up here. Which is one of the reasons why there should be rank floors, right? Because you want your system to encourage people to play. And it takes so much work to go from Ultra Ball 1 to Ultra Ball 2. That you're technically best off staying here unless you plan to go the entire way. Usually these rank systems don't discourage you from playing the game, but this one definitely does. You should sit on your rank at a certain point. Yes, 100% at a minimum. They should shuffle away their basic here. They should give you rewards based on the highest rank you achieved at some point in that season, not your final one. But the way it's worded like it has to be your final one. So you don't get all the rewards for lower tiers. Well, no, those are not cumulative pack hourglasses. LOL. They're total. If you finish in the top 10,000, you get exactly 100 hourglasses. Man, if we'd have hit Frogadair this turn... we could have evolved a Greninja and cleared this next turn. Now we're probably in trouble. All right. Am I playing Gether Giratina out? Maybe. We're playing Water Energy in our deck, by the way. This is an FYI. I think I'm just supposed to hope they don't have the Charizard. Can I make a donation to see you play a variation of Pikachu? Yeah, I'd take that. I like the Pikachu deck. I'm gonna play this one for a bit, but if you want to have that be the deck after this one, I'd be fine jumping back over to that one. Hey, Bean Surfer, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it. I think I actually want to not move Druid up, so I want to attack the mana fee here, yeah? No, I actually like the Electabuzz build of Pikachu best. So I'd be happy to play that, Meow. Alright, that's a water energy. Hopefully we can draw Greninja next turn. There's a chance this might be a quick step for this deck, gamers. What do we need to have happen from here? We're gonna be retreating. We hit the Greninja, but they hit the Gyarados. I think the plan here is Water Shuriken this. Oh, I'm 2 turns off of attacking with the Giratina though, yeah? Oh, what a pickle. We need a Giratina earlier to get it charging up starting on the first turn. The variance on Rampaging Whirlpool is a big deal here. It taking energy from our Giratina would be devastating. If they Mana Fee this turn, it's great for us. I think they're supposed to come up and start slamming us, though. We avoided them taking our energy away, at least. Hoping to draw our other Dredagon here. Well, that could be anything. Is there ever a world where I'm supposed to Cyrus the Origin form Palkia? I don't think so. It's got by a leaf, yeah. I think we throw Froakie under a bus, yeah? We're gonna be 3 out of 8 for them to take a psychic energy from us. Oh, but I have a psychic here. Oh, does Irida cook us? I think Irida cooks us. We needed the Druidagon. It's such a peak armchair quarterback to say we need Rocky Helmet when our opponent had double Irida and our deck bricked Giratina early. If you take one piece of advice away from this stream, you should make it don't knee-jerk change your deck every single time you experience a bit of variance where a different card would have been ideal for you. Alright, so assuming they don't have any more sustain, I get to Water Shuriken this, and then I get to Chaos Impact this, and then Greninja can clear this next turn, and then we can play for a draw with the Giratina and something in the back. No, I don't have copies of Red in my deck that's playing double Cyrus with Greninja and Leaf and stuff like that. Like, there's only so many supporter cards you can play. And I get that, like, we're in a spot where there's a bunch of different cards that would win us the game on the spot, and, like, everyone's knee-jerk reaction is, oh, I need to make deeply structural changes to my deck to play around the bit of variance I've experienced. But really, that's just not good gameplay. It's not good deck building. I think a draw. I think we probably lose. I think they have at least one Cyrus in their deck, so I think I'm supposed to take the draw here. So this is the other thing, right? Like gamers get so defensive. Don't get mad at me, my dearest gamer. I promise you, I'm not mad at you. And the amount of time I've been streaming for over a decade, and the number of times I've been mad on stream, I could probably count on one hand, and most of them were related to the large orange racist in the White House, not because of someone that posted a gamer take in my chat. So someone whose content you're watching having the audacity to push back on you suggesting something silly is not them being mad at you. Wait, did they not have... What happened? Did they concede? What happened there? I was talking to chat and I missed it. They conceded. That's so funny. I was like, why'd we get points? That was a draw. Okay, sure. We won with Aura alone, yeah. They must have forgotten that Giratina took damage on hit. Yeah, that must have been it. In fact, just to talk about it further, because I know, like, that particular game, just to articulate further why the suggestions people are making are bad. This is the wrong view for the deck. Let's talk about the structure of this deck and why things like Red and what's it called are not good. Yeah, you're good, Meow. It went through. Things like Red and Rocky Helmet serve a similar role to Greninja in that it helps you hit your chip shots for breakpoints so your Giratina can get larger damage. Same thing with Druidagon, right? Like, Druidagon's Rough Skin is another card that serves a similar role to those things. And in that particular game, where we came up a little bit short with all of those things, two things happened, right? One, I was missing Giratina early to get it charged in advance to be appropriately aggressive with it. And two, my opponent had not just one, but two copies of Irida. So sometimes you can get put into a situation where it's worthwhile to make changes to your deck because it's a common situation where you didn't have an answer. And if you're going to be in it, you want to have answer that common situation. However, my opponent having 180 HP water Pokemon and double Irida and be missing my Giratina early and not having my second Trudagon, right? Like, the laundry list of things that happened for us to be 10 points of damage short there to make something like a Rocky Helmet relevant is, like, few and far between, right? Yeah, at a certain point, you have too much chip damage, and this deck is already structured in a way to make chip damage. So when you want to make educated, informed deck building decisions, you don't just want to ask yourself the question, is there a change I could make to help me in this situation I'm in? It's, is there a change I can make to help me in this situation that I'm in? And is this situation going to be frequent enough that it's worth making changes to account for it? You shouldn't just change your deck every time you lose a game or come close to it. That game, we weren't even losing that game. We were going to get a draw out of that game. Christopher Wild, thank you for the brand new membership on the YouTube side. I appreciate that direct support. I'm kind of looking for two basic Pokemon here, right? I want a Froakie. And a Giratina, so I'm going to research before I Pokeball. Now, this will be 50% to get me Giratina. Nice. Super clean start here for us. That's everything we're looking for. Other questions in chat from people asking, like, how do I know when I play this particular utility card or that particular utility card? There's not some distilled formula that's really going to allow you to make those choices correctly. It really just comes down to it depends and a lot of gut feelings. One individual player is not going to play enough games to get, like, a data-driven decision made on something like that. And they're just, like, absolutely cooked here, right? So next turn, we have Greninja, and we have Leaf move this out, attach an energy, and start cracking for 150 effectively every turn. Sedge. Eagle Sight, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. We bricked on Leaf and Greninja in our redraw. Rough. This game more difficult to pick up than Marvel Snap? Absolutely not. I think both Pokemon Pocket and Marvel Snap do a phenomenal job of making the basics of their gameplay be incredibly accessible and easy to start with. If you install the app and walk through the tutorials, you're going to understand the basic mechanics of gameplay in like less than 10 minutes. And then the strategy and depth obviously comes from understanding what the card pool is and how things work together with deck building. I've been watching your Pocket content since the start of the game, and I love everything you do. I decided it's finally time to become a member. Thanks, Chris. Those bits of direct support are a big part of why I'm able to do this as a job. So I appreciate it. So without the Leaf, we can't retreat this next turn. So I think I put the energy here, and then I use its ability, and then next turn we can go attach energy retreat if we want to clean this out if they don't have Charizard. And with the Cyrus here, even if they retreat this Charmeleon, we can drag it kicking and screaming back to the front for Giratina to take it out. Wow, they spent their energy to retreat this. If they don't hit 3 heads here, I think they're cooked, gamers. Just gonna drag this up and put it to 10 here. Really good showing of exactly what our deck's looking to do here. Just need to not misclick on Broken Space Bellow. Are probably debating if they want to retreat again here, and they do. Like, they're going to get taken down by the Greninja Water Shuriken still, though. And actually, interesting consideration, if they don't put energy on this, we actually just clean the Moltres next turn, yeah? Yeah, they're just dead. Yeah, I'll be curious to see if we get any economy adjustments in Pocket the longer the game goes on, aside from the what's it called? The impending coming changes to trading. If rookie first while going second, not all that great. I expect 2-star trading is a when, not an if. I assume it'll either be like time limited over certain frames of time, or they'll have it where like after a year or something, the 2 stars will be tradable. I have so many immersive Charizards I'd love to trade. See, I actually think immersive trading wouldn't really be that useful, because I think most people who have enough of them, I think a lot of people probably have too many of most because of the way the odds works versus 2 stars. Especially if you had to trade immersive for immersive. Hello, opponent. Our draws have not been very good with this deck so far. Like that one decent one into Charizard, the rest have been real clunky. Well, definitely trading 10 points of damage for a psychic energy. You think they should stick to promos having just different art rather than changing the card? I think there being mechanically unique cards in this game that people starting the game today literally don't have access to is an incredible gaping hole and problem for the economy and needs to be addressed. I think it's largely unacceptable that there are cards that people starting today simply don't have access to. I'm going to Cyrus up the Mars Shadow here and crack it for 30. So that way it dies to 2 Greninja Water Shurikens is the plan. They need to be tradable or accessible with points or available in an alternate art variation in the set that follows. I think they're cooked here if they just retreat again and have nothing left. Our draw wasn't good, but their draw is much worse. Because I get to go ahead and Giratina clear this, and then Greninja put 20 into here, and they're not attacking with this next turn. And then next turn, even if they have another basic, the Greninja finishes the Mars Shadow. And then Giratina clears whatever their other basic they're playing out is. I'm gonna keep on this just in case. But we should be good to go here. They also have 0 points, so even if they, like, surprise cleared the Giratina somehow, there's a chance Greninja carries from behind. Much too little too late. Go ahead and do the Truffle Shuffle and take our 3rd point. Get us climbing. Fun, and I'm gonna put parentheses, air quotes around the fun, but factoid for people that haven't thought about it yet and are ignorantly unaware, blissfully unaware. So Ultra Ball is the rank right below Masters. But the thing you need to be aware of is that you get into Ultra Ball at 710 total points, and Masters takes 1,450 points. So despite the fact that you've climbed past 3 previous rankings, you need twice as many points still once you get to Ultra. There's no longer a win streak bonus inside of Ultra, and you lose 7 points per loss while still only getting 10 for a win. I'm gonna have a video talking about some of the details and running all the numbers for like common win rates and how long you can expect it to take. But for most people with most win rates, about 75% of the games you're going to play if you're trying to get to Masters will happen inside of Ultra. It's very peak mobile game. There's a progress bar that's like this, and when you get to 75% of it, you're only 25% done. Yes, it's a very common RPG leveling type thing too, where like getting to level 92 is actually only halfway to level 100 because of how much experience the last few levels take. Alright, might be an Agrotina game. I'm not playing out this other Froki because we are an Iono deck, so I might want to shuffle it back in to exchange it for something else down the line. Is matchmaking based on the tier you're in? It is, yes. I think Ultra to Masters taking so long with the win streak bonus with so many points is bad design. It's a very intentional, explicit design. Ranked ladders in games like Pokemon Pocket are designed to be a hamster wheel. Yes, I would wager a majority of people will probably only ever climb to Ultra and they will plateau there. Would be my expectation. It's funny, I keep seeing the clickbait live stream title metagame is a lot. I've seen a lot of creators putting like climbing to Masters this session, and they're like Ultra 1 or Ultra 2, and it's just like, you are the furthest thing from Masters possible, my dear gamer. I think without our Greninja here, we're gonna be cooked. I needed to do chip shots. Oh. Maybe I'm supposed to keep the other Drudagon. I need to hit the frog in air. Oh, request granted. Other Drudagon. Think we're cooked on our evolution variants here. I've been seeing a lot of anti-meta decks. See, I actually think calling something an anti-meta deck in our current metagame is misrepresentation too. Based on the tournament data we have and my anecdotal experience playing games, the current metagame isn't really very well defined. In order to be playing like an anti-meta deck, I think you need to like realistically be having like half or more of your matches into a particular thing. And there's been way more diversity on Pokemon Pocket's ladder than I was expecting going into it. And part of that's probably because we're still like kind of in the explore new cards part of the pack release, but ooh, aggressive with the origin form Palkia was unexpected, but I think that makes sense. I also think it means we're cooked. Imagine my opponent having the audacity to play well. just like, I really like, it's really frustrating and obnoxious. And Pocket, I don't know if we were talking about this in the Discord the other day, but like, Pocket's the first game I've made content for that has such an incredibly amount of like callously, casually racist comments directed towards a particular ethnicity of player. In my experience, there are so many comments about Japanese players do this or players from non-West do that, and it's just like, gamers, holy crap! Like, take a pause for a second and think about how you are trying to classify entire groups of people in a way that's really not okay. People from particular ethnicities are not one unit of mind, right? They're individual people. Ideally, don't be casually racist anywhere, but certainly don't do it in my spaces. Thanks. This is the first game I've ever made content for. I feel like I have to give that speech once a week because someone says something. I think I'm just gonna get into the next game here. I don't know that we have a line to win from here. We need a Greninja much sooner. I think the meaning of an anti-meta deck is countering the top deck while having a bad matchup against. Yeah, but that kind of demonstrates my point of what I think why anti-meta deck's kind of a misnomer right now, right? Like, there isn't a very clear example of a defined best deck at the moment. Like, the Giratina Darkrai deck is maybe a standout for potentially best deck early on as this game's developing, but my anecdotes is that it doesn't feel like it's head and shoulders above in terms of power level, and its performance overall in the first tournament weekend was not particularly impressive. Like, it wasn't bad, but it also like wasn't standout. Like, this was our first tournament weekend where a deck with a significant metagame share didn't overperform by like 50+%. Like, the largest performance delta in the meta report from this weekend, if you missed it on the YouTube channel, was 35%, which is very, very low. Like, when we had, like, Dialga Arceus or, like, Gyarados Greninja during the weekends that those sets launched, those decks had, like, 70 to 100% performance deltas, while also being incredibly popular. Yeah, there were several Meowscarada decks in the new decks roundups over the weekend. You should check them out. So, Giratina Mewtwo technically overperformed, but it overperformed in a really small sample size. If you listen to the quantifiers I was giving, I was very intentional with the words that I used. So yes, the Giratina Mewtwo deck was the largest overperformer, but it also only had a 2% play rate. Whereas, like, the Dialga Arceus on release weekend for that deck, it overperformed and had a double-digit percentage play rate, which is a very important distinction between the two. There's a big difference between a 2% play rate deck overperforming and 20% play rate deck or 15% play rate deck overperforming. Where am I attaching this psychic energy to? I kind of want the flexibility to top deck Leaf next turn and attack with Greninja. It's close, though. Getting another Psychic on Giratina has value, especially if I have, like, all Water Energy coming up. Oh, that is an incredibly bad hand. As someone who actually speaks Japanese, one of the extra eye roll things about a lot of the comments directed towards Japanese players is half the time when people make them, the name they're talking about isn't even in Japanese. It's from another Asian language, just peak ignorance. Yep, that sounds about right. There aren't any other basics in my deck, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we're playing Froki here. I'm gonna start marking damage on this. Where is this one going? I don't think I'm attacking with Giratina next turn, so I think I'm putting it over here. Those are my favorite decks so far this set. I really like the Pikachu Electabuzz deck. But Wug Trio nonsense is what we've done the most climbing with so far. It's a shame they shuffled my Cape away. Should have played around their Iono, I suppose. So this goes to 150 once it evolves. So I think I tagged the Marshadow to give me flexibility to pull Marshadow up. There has to be room to observe regional differences in playstyle, though. So the assumption that you're making is seeing what one particular player is doing from the region of Japan can then be extrapolated to everyone from Japan, which is really fucking racist, gamer. Holy Christ. How how hard do I have to, no, just get out of my chat. Quick, yeah, just come triple down. Please leave. You giving me $5 a month or your Prime sub does not give you an excuse to be a racist in my chat. Be gone. Holy. Okay, so if we hit Greninja next turn, is that useful? Do we think they have a copy of Glade? Our lack of both Greninja and... I think I'm just supposed to take a knockout here. It's close, though. I'm gonna run out of time on these animations. I'll clear the Marshadows since they only have one of those, but we are cooked if they have Gallade here. Golem was never a 2% deck that overperformed. Golem was a one person literally took first place in a tournament with it. And then people made bad extrapolations from there off literally a single data point. Alright, well they didn't have the Gallade last turn. And this means if we top deck Greninja this turn, we can still be in an okay spot. Just gotta have them brick on Gallade one more turn. If they had it last turn, they probably would have cleared the Giratina, so... Just gotta hope they miss on the 2 and 7 one more time. Oh, they haven't played Research yet either, so they're kind of like 4 and 7 here. Oh yeah, absolutely cooked. It's funny, you know, I think we lost this game because I didn't cape to play around their Iono early, is what happened. If I would have had one more turn with this Greninja that got kicked to death in 4, I think we would have been able to pull through. All right, gamers, we need to take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. We've been floating right about point even. We started this deck as we crossed into Ultra, and we're still right there despite a couple of mistakes and some bad variants. So I give it a little bit more of a try so we can get a better feel for it. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. I think it's time to stand up. Ugh. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tap the like button on the live stream. It doesn't cost you anything. It helps the content reach some more people. Can show off my wonderful man boobs and my new design from Into the AM. They make some lovely shirts. This is one of my new favorites from them, gamers. It's got wonderful colors, and it even glows in the dark. I think part of genuine confusion might be that MTG Japanese teams occasionally came to formats with off-meta decks or different draft pick rankings that stood out to people because they were Japanese, when American teams with odd picks just didn't get noticed. Yes, that's exactly right, Boolaboo. That's why it's referred to as casual racism, right? Like a group of people who happened to be from Japan did something that people who from America also did on occasion, but then they got singled out and called out about it because of where they were from. Because you're right, as someone who followed competitive Magic the Gathering, that would come up occasionally there as well. Not nearly or as heavily or regularly as it happens in poker, but you're right. I do recall. I've been out of Magic for a few years now, but occasionally that type of mindset or commentary would come up there as well. And the fact that like we had someone come in here and like triple down about it and just like refusing to like move on it just like shows how inherently ingrained and we call that, you know, that is it systemic or systematic? I always mix those two words up, but just like how ingrained that thinking in that way is into people. Are like, no, this is okay. We always do this. It can't be wrong. It's how everybody is. Everybody talks like that. It's systemic. Yes, systemic. Okay, that's what I thought. Gamers, I want to crowdsource ideas for thumbnails and titles for my upcoming video talking about how grindy ranked is in Pokemon Pocket, how long it takes to get to the top based on different win rates. What do you think? What do you think are good ways to frame that people will want to click on? The video basically goes over the rank structure and talks about the amount of duration it's going to take you to get to Infinite based on different win rates and different game lengths with your decks. I thought about having Sisyphus pushing a boulder up the hill as part of the thumbnail. I think that could be good. How long is the grind? Ranked is too grindy. Me on a treadmill or pushing a boulder up the hill are both really good callouts. Our energy variant's catching up with us a little bit here. Not having a psychic in these first two energy means I can't attack with Giratina next turn, which is unfortunate. Yes, I probably want to frame the video in a negative manner from the title and thumbnail, even though the content isn't explicitly negative, because negative content performs better on YouTube. 110%, the video probably wants to be framed in a way that appears negative. Well, we can't attack this turn. Or we won't have Psychic for this. That's actually a great pull, yeah? Am I putting this out too? I think I am. This means if they have Sabrina, they catch this. So, with them just hitting this turn, they're probably cooked to this copy of Leaf, yeah? So we go Water Shuriken you, Energy here, Leaf this out, Giratina up, we take 2 points, and then we clear the next one. Comics Cave, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's very generous of you, appreciate it. Pushing a golem up the hill. That's cooking with gas there on the YouTube side. My boys and I usually read a chapter book together. Most nights of the week we read a chapter together before they go to bed. And we're currently on book 2 of the Percy Jackson series. Speaking of Greek tragedies. Yeah, it's really good. My older one's usually always into whatever we're reading, and my middle guy, like, tolerates it. But the Percy Jackson books are the first time, like, we get to the end of a chapter, and half the time he's like, can we do another one? Oh, I like that one from a flavor perspective. The Tragedy of Ranked. I think that might be a winner from a framing. It fits with pushing the rock up the hill. Does ranked reset monthly like Snap? The first one does. It's a real shame this wasn't what's it called? Do I put a cape on this to not give up a knockout point here? I think I want a cape on this to not give up a knockout point, because that way the Giratina can die without us losing the game immediately. Obviously, this goes poorly if they have a Darkrai, but they haven't played one yet, so hopefully they don't top deck it. We don't know how far you drop on the reset yet, no. This is them digging for Darkrai. Makes sense. Still have our Leaf, which is great for us. Oh, they're just not. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Gosh, I wish we had our Greninja built so we could punish the stalling from them. Feels bad, man. The rank season is called A to B, so it seems like the seasons will correspond with pack releases, which also kind of implies monthly sets will be a thing. I agree, Sterk. I actually think, like, I've talked about it before, I think monthly sets would be a very good thing for Pokemon Pocket as a whole. I just think they probably shouldn't be 9 new EX Pokemon every month. I think that would probably be bad. Probably cooked here. We're not going to be in a position where we can't beat a Cyrus because our Greninja was slow. It's kind of been the story of this deck so far. It feels like we need the Greninja to be successful. Which maybe means we're supposed to have a Pokemon communication in the mix to hit that more consistently. They waited a turn, so when we cleared the what's it called, they were ready to go with the Darkrai. That sets us for 120, so we're dead to red. Or they could play Mars and give us a turn. Thanks, bud. Probably still dead, but it's nice that they played a bad card to give us a chance. What rank do you start to be able to lose points in ranked? The second one, Pokeball. You can't drop between ranks at the lower ranks, though. So, like, you can't drop from Great Ball back to Pokeball or Pokeball back to Beginner. So, dead to Cyrus here, but we'll make them have it. Narrator, they always have it. If we were dead on board, I'd let my Giratina knock itself out, but we weren't dead on board. Sometimes our Cyruses are buried and we get to play a game. Yes, you could drop back to Ultra Ball from Ultra. I don't think I've seen anybody talk about being able to fall from Masters back to Ultra, but there probably just aren't enough people up there as of yet. Honestly, the way your points continue into Masters, I wouldn't be surprised if you could drop from Masters back to Ultra. Since they're just point thresholds. Alright, can this be a Froakie? Oh, come on. Baby Frog. Baby Frog-a-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Sedge. Sedge. Do I need to play around Sabrina? I don't have a good feel for what utility cards these new decks are playing yet. Might be right to hold the Drudagon because of Iono. How does the opponent's deck hard counter what we're doing? They're setting up to a thing that gets like one-shotted by our Giratina. Right? I feel like I must be missing something. Oh, I shouldn't have played this. Mistakes were made. Oh, and I didn't. Oh, I'm so tilted by a silly comment from chat. All the slops. Probably cooked. Our deck does not seem playable in the games without Greninja. Which probably means we're not good enough. I think you probably need to be serviceable in the games where you don't find your stage 2 to really be competitive. Yeah. Take a mulligan here. Bad draw, bad play. We fall back on Ultra again yet? Not quite. All right. I'm gonna play this deck until the breaker until we fall on Ultra. I think we'll switch things up. We're gonna do some Pikachu next is the plan. Usually it's Frogadier that you can never find. Today we've been bricked on Froakie in almost every game. I think most people engaging with Pokemon Pocket's ranked system will probably be happiest if they set the goal of getting to Ultra 1 and stop playing there. We played with Jolteon lately. Jolteon is not a competitive Pokemon Pocket card. Okay, I'm playing this out too. This is gonna get cooked in the middle. If their Rampaging Whirlpool ends up tagging our Psychic Energy, we could be in trouble. And Any good Alakazam decks? Trying out Alakazam in a core similar to this one is something on my to-do list. Although I think I want to play it with, like, double Tina instead of Druddigon. Our Psychic Energy is 3 out of 9. And they won their 3 out of 9? They won their 3 out of 9. Rip. Sorry, it was 3 out of 10? It was 3 out of 10. Good beat, gamer. Good beat. Might still be okay with the Greninja line here. Although I do suppose we need them to not hit the 3 out of 11 or 12 next turn. So we lost a 30%er. We need to win the 3 out of 12, the 25%er. I suppose they could decline attaching their energy and then they could decline attaching their energy and then it's 3 out of 11. But still unlikely, but not impossible. Irida is so good. Oh my goodness. They took our freaking Psychic Energy again. They hit the 3 out of 12. We're not dead yet, technically. Just so we're clear. Dead to Sabrina. But not dead to Red. And then we have lethal on the backswing next turn. Alright, time to Pikachu, shall we? There's been a lot of Gyarados. Pikachu's probably very fun into that. Back down to Great Ball 4. Feels great. On with the grind set. You know, I actually, thinking about the numbers in my rank calculation video, I actually don't know that I'm going to have enough time to get to Masters this season, streaming both Pocket and Marvel Snap. Because especially if we're trying different decks, I expect my win rate to be somewhere in the like 53 to 55% range, and I don't know that I'm gonna necessarily play 100 hours of Pocket this month, which is like how much you need to play. You're 25% there after only a few days. No, a good chunk of that 25% was playing explicitly a 16 trainer deck that's optimized for rank. And if I want to play a range of decks for the sake of making content videos, it's not going to be possible to climb that efficiently, Stark. Mr. City, thank you for the 20 months. Most of the time, we're not going to be playing an 80% win rate deck that had, you know, on average, 3 to 4 minute games. I don't think Sky Shaman is good here. I think it's worse than X speed on average, which is why I'm not playing it. We're playing 2 X speeds. If you missed the earlier part of the stream, we did the entirety of the Great Ball rank with 16 Trainer Wug Trio. It'll be the highlight on the channel tomorrow morning, but you can scroll back in the stream archive if you want the deck list before then. But we went 15 and 6 with it on stream, and I had an 8-0 streak off stream with it over the weekend. Let's keep here. Let's go Electabuzz out here so it's ready to evolve. We'll pick up our first knockout point on the Monferno. Once we get damage marked on this Moltres, the Pikachu with Cyrus gets to run it down mercilessly. I think I do this just in case something goes wrong, but I think they're checkmated at this point. Well, actually, am I supposed to put the Pikachu up as the active in case they, like, Iono us? No, I guess if they Iono us, I'm losing the Cyrus, so they could retreat out. I'll put the Electabuzz up. They have to pull the Moltres out because the Pikachu's ready to go, but the Cyrus lets us run that down real clean and get our last couple of points in. This has definitely been my favorite non-cheese deck of this format so far. Has a lot of interesting play lines. Feels like you have a chance in most of your matchups. Have you tried the Magnezone version yet? From a pure theory perspective, I don't really care for the Magnezone version. So I'm gonna do my best to try and play a range of decks on streams too, but like, ranked considered, there's gonna be less variety on this channel than there was before ranked happened, because that's just like how these systems work. We're not gonna grind just one deck all day, but I'm not gonna put as much effort into things I think explicitly aren't that great. Woot Ball, thanks for the 15 months. Welcome back. That's an interesting Riolu to play. So are they Gallade Lucario EX maybe? Not an amazing opener for us. Well, we're on the make them have it plan for Galid here, at least. Most of these decks don't play X speed, Copium. We are cooked if they have X speed. They don't. If they don't have X speed, we might have a shot. I need to find Pikachu though. Okay. They didn't retreat? Excuse me? That's so good for me? Wow. I guess they're trying to set up potion plus cape? Question mark? Mismatched Pikachu's unplayable. It is my greatest shame. How do we feel about taking a knockout this turn? I think I'm pretty into it. Now, our Cyrus is lethal at any point? The problem here is they're setting up kick into Cyrus on my Pikachu. Or not? Oh, they just want the full health Gallade in the back. But they're gonna need cape, and if they have cape, I can sell top deck Cyrus 20%. Cool. The fact that this Pikachu, I think, is the card I missed low on the most this spoiler season. The fact that this card clears 170 HP stage 2s alongside red is really strong. Oh, we found the Cyrus too. Pikachu! It is great flavor. Yep. Two in a row and no win streak bonus. Welcome to the Ultra Grind, gamers. Speaking of the grind, we're going to grind some ad revenue here for the next couple of minutes on the Twitch side. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Throw the Pikachu deck list up on the screen, or we'll be playing some more of this when we return. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tap the like button. It doesn't cost you anything. It helps the content reach some more people. We're going to be streaming some ranked for a little while yet. I bet we could probably get up to 1,000 likes before we're done today. Can you help us get there? There's a Pikachu EX, a Charizard EX, and a Mewtwo EX all together. There are, aren't there? I really think... I know a lot of people push for the Magnezone build of this deck, but I really think this build is better. Big fan of the being able to attack past a Druddigon. Is a big deal. Honestly, I think the current metagame's been shaping to be very reasonable. Dialga Arceus seems like it's still playable, but it's less prominent than it was before, and there's been a pretty big range of things that I've played against on the ladder anecdotally. I'm pretty happy with the direction we are coasting in. I can't with these mismatched Pokeballs. Yeah, this deck's got mismatched Pokeballs, it's got mismatched Vulcaners, it's got mismatched Pikachus. It's basically a pauper deck. We'll get close to having enough pack points for the second Pokeball tomorrow. I think we're at like 1,800 or so. I ask how much money you've spent on this pack so far. Too much. Whatever the legally allowed maximum is times the number of days the set has been out. We'll spend that for one more day here before we cave and craft our thing. I think I'm gonna X-speed this out so that way it doesn't take hits, so that way it can't be Cyrus'd up later. Is there any use in cutting a Vulcaner for a Dawn? Absolutely not. Vulcaner is often the best card you want to draw in this deck. The deck is much worse without the two copies of it. Oh, man. Speaking of here, how aggressive do I want to be? I think the answer is pretty aggressive. Yeah, Volter gets to do his best X-Speed impersonation here, which is great. This is my preferred Pikachu deck list. What does the Rocky Helmet do? What breakpoint are we hitting that I'm not thinking of? Seems like a waste, yeah. I can't decide which of these Pikachus I like more. I like both of them. I think I'd happily use 2 of whichever one I got if I rolled a second one. Kind of hoping to draw Volkner here. They're gonna be cooked to a Cyrus, but hopefully with all the other utility cards they've played, they don't have room for that. Why not Cape to play around Cyrus? Because the Pikachu EX clears our Pikachu EX either way, so Cape doesn't really play around Cyrus. Volkner. They were missing Magnezone last turn. Do I go after this? I think so, yeah. Do I? If I hit the other Pikachu, if I hit their Pikachu, the Cyrus wins on the spot, but I'm only 1 and 8 for that. Play this out to play around a Sabrina, I suppose. Hey, Crazy Duck, thanks for the almost 4 years. Welcome back. Oh, that's such an unfortunate top deck for us. Womp womp. And we're cooked. I should have hit this and played to my Cyrus out. Them having Patchy early to start, and then the Sabrina to tempo us and make us burn our Volkner early was unfortunate. Meant I didn't have my tool to charge up the other Pikachu. Psychic Energy, Giratina Gamer. Yep. This card's not bad here. It's probably a give the Electabuzz up, charge the Pikachu angle. Ooh, piece of candy. Want to get Pika charged up ASAP, and Patchy lets us do that while also marking some damage. Insulates us against the Sabrina pulling Pikachu. They're 2 turns off from attacking. Them dealing 20 to themselves is super relevant into facing down Pikachu's 150 Blast. I'm very surprised how much I like this Pikachu. I opened a 2-star early and thought nothing of it until I sleeved it up last night. This is, unironically been my favorite deck to play this expansion. It's a really, really fun mix of competitive, but not running into a bunch of mirrors. Got a lot of really fun, meaningful choices in it game to game. Electabuzz letting you attack past things like Druddigons that lead. Feels great. Still doesn't save you, can't attack. Or you can, you know, you do you. Nice gimmick deck. It's funny how the decks I enjoy almost always end up being 1 retreat cost decks, so I can do things. Yeah, it's, I would assume part of the reason I'm really enjoying this deck is because it's like the first deck I've played in a while where it feels optimal to be playing 2 copies of X Speed. It's crazy. One of the first Masters player was actually just playing classic Charizard EX. Yeah, because you don't have to play the best deck. You just need to play a lot, and you need to play well while you're playing a lot. What is first energy advantage? Never heard of it. I think this matchup's really hard. Especially when... Honestly, even with first energy advantage, this matchup's hard because their Weaviles like going first. This is a pretty solid start for us. If they're missing Weavile or Darkrai, we have a real shot. GA Charizard honestly got really solid upgrades with both of the new Charmander and Charmeleon. Iono's a good upgrade for them too. Yeah, I can see that. Okay, so they need Dawn and Weavile to clear Patchy next turn. Start charging up Pikachu here, I think. You think they will release data at the end of the seasons which decks comprise the top 100 Master Ball? That's not how ranked ladders work, Dave. On average, the people who are at any point on the rank ladder will have played lots of different decks to get to that point. So it doesn't really quite make much sense to be like, this deck was from this rank, because the people that played at that rank played lots of different things on the way there. Yeah, the Gorge is dead, unfortunately. I suppose if I top deck Electivire, I can Electivire plus Volkner to clear this, and then Pikachu can finish whatever they put up after. Oh, I only have one discarded energy. Oh. Damn. Oh, I forgot. This was the downside to going second. I'm down in or going first. I'm down in energy. I mean, I guess we have lines that mean we're technically not dead on board, yeah. Gonna be dead to a lot, though. You can't play it if you don't have at least 2. If I don't have 2, I can't hit for 120, because you need 4 energies to deal 120. So I needed 120 on this to clear the Weavile so the Pikachu could do the follow-up. Pikachu needs to be your finisher in this deck most of the time. You're going to lose most of the games where you do this. I have to put it up early. They did already play Osiris, so like maybe. We down a red too, though. A lot of these decks are playing 2 red. This lets us not be dead to Sabrina, which is nice. And then they're dead to Volkner next turn. Assuming they don't clean us out. So there's a permutation that we win here, which is impressive considering the fact that, like, they had a pretty solid start and we did not. Things that was not a copy of Cyrus. Dead to second Sabrina, no matter how I slice it. Can I take any game actions to play around any cards here? Cape Electivire just in case something crazy happens. Keeping this doesn't do anything. Cape Electivire plays around red. Red only works on EX Pokemon, so... Not dead on board, and we have Cyrus to run down this Darkrai. They need a cape. They need a cape or a potion. They need a cape or a potion. Attack me. Hit me! Hit me! I can't believe we navigated out of this. I can't believe we navigated out of this. Holy. I love this deck. It's so much fun. There's so much bobbing and weaving. My friends are complaining they're releasing too many sets from a free-to-play experience, at least in the collector mindset. You should tell your friends that if they expected to get every card in this game without spending money, they were fooling themselves. Just successful card games that give free-to-play players every card on release for free just don't exist. And I agree. The increase, so, and this is a framing thing, so I'm trying to help people frame their complaint better, or articulate it better. I think focusing on the number of sets is very wrong and a mistake. I think what you should be focusing on is the increase in rare cards between the sets. So... the problem with the current release isn't that it happened 4 weeks later. I think it's a pack every 4 weeks is fine. The problem is a 9 EX pack every 4 weeks. That's a really tough sell, I think. It's effectively like there's only one booster in this pack. Yeah, I like sets every 4 weeks because it makes trading for relevant cards happen faster, because you can trade everything that's not the newest. There's only a 4-week lag on trading, but 9 EXs being released every month would not be remotely sustainable. In fact, I would go so far as to say, and I'm actually gonna sit down and run the numbers over this next weekend, probably for a video next week to get into details. But my gut feeling is if they're gonna release 9 EXs once a month, the economy and Pokemon Pocket's probably one of the worst ones out there for free and low spending players. And I actually think that second part's a big part of the problem too. Because the current economy structure with 9 new EXs isn't just bad for free players, it's atrocious for small spending players too. Like, if you're someone who's spending 10 or 20 or even 50 bucks per set in Pokemon Pocket, you get no control over what you're actually getting for your money. Actual none. Yeah, and the amount of we were talking about that earlier. I'm gonna pull this up now while we ramble about the economy for a second. I'm gonna open this can of worms. The economy here, somebody in chat says it's also bad for whales, which is true. Because when you look at this set, I'm someone who's a whale, right? I care about hunting particular 2-star cards, and in the past I've been willing to spend money on that. If it wasn't for the gold Pokeball, and perhaps this is why they put in it, I don't think I would have spent money chasing cosmetics in this set, because there's so many bad cosmetics. Like, Iono, Red, even Team Rocket Grunts is like, almost, I could call that a hit. But I look at like these other ones, with most of these EX Pokemon being super mid, these effectively become bricks. They're misses inside of the pack. And even this, right? Like, there being so many different versions of the same card, like, Wug Trio is super playable, we climbed with it a ton, but this 2-star Wug Trio was effectively a brick for me because I'm playing with 2 of this is where I would put my Wug Trio, if I had 2 of this shiny Wug Trio, right? Like, so this variation of Wug Trio existing turned this one into a brick for me personally. Same thing with this Charizard, right? Like I have two shiny Charizards, so now this Charizard is effectively a brick for me. They added so many misses for every level of player and spender. Play one of each? Nah. First energy advantage. Well, at least we have our Electabuzz against Magikarp, even if we don't have first energy advantage. Isn't this exactly like what paper Pokemon does? Yeah, but in paper Pokemon, you can buy specific singles that you want for reasonable prices, and you can trade with them on the first day, and you can trade all of the cards. So the economic system is not remotely one-to-one when you say, well, that's how paper Pokemon works. It's like, sure, you're technically correct, but you're also like being like willfully obtuse of like what we're talking about, what the problem is. Kind of sad we don't have Apache. Putting the energy on here means they have to have the Gyarados next turn at least. Are we cooked? I think them having first energy advantage plus us not having Patchy means we're cooked. I needed to draw Patchy this turn, I think, so I could get an extra energy out of it. What's the sequence look like? I go energy, hit them, they ramp. I go first energy, hit them, they put this in, they clear me. I go second energy, put this up. We might be okay. We might be okay. I guess we actually only need 2 energy on this, right? I think we're okay. Is there a line where you KO the Manaphy? I don't think so. I think I want to clear the Gyarados so that way Volkner plus what's it called? Clean it out. Now I think it's this. Although I guess this is worse against Irida on the Gyarados. Opponent messed up. They could have healed their mana fee. I think I need the Palkia to miss for a turn, yeah? The way this plays out. Yeah, but I don't really care about the why, Doji. Like you're correct. Is that what you want me to tell you? Like, yes, they are emulating what's going on in paper, and I am simply articulating why it doesn't work here. That's so frustrating. So, if they hadn't hit this heads here, we would have been able to Volkner, clear this, and then they put Gyarados up, and then second Volkner, second Electivire, clear the Gyarados would have happened. That was really close, though. Like, they had a really good start with first energy advantage. We were missing Patchy till turn 3, and we were still a coin flip away from beating them. Like, a lot didn't go right there, and if we just had one more piece hit our way at the end. Thanks for the 3/4 of a year, Adrian. Welcome back. Well, we still don't have first energy advantage for the 12th game in a row, but at least we have Apache to start on. That's aggressive. Guess there's some other supporter to do this turn. Ooh, maybe they won't have a Weavile. So I get to Volkner to put an energy onto Electivire next turn, which gives me the opportunity to start building Pikachu. So like our line to winning this probably involves getting a knockout with this and then finishing with Pikachu. Opponent's archetype often plays Sabrina, which could be a pain point for us here. Damn. Whenever I look at a deck build like this, I'm like, how do you have room for all these cards? You have Potion and Pokemon Center Lady and Dawn. I could never fit that many cards in a deck. Am I supposed to X speed back to the Patchy? I feel like I am. None of the options feel very good. Might be right to just mark some damage. Might be right to just fire off the Vulcaner here too. I can't do that and Cyrus on a later turn. Holding the Vulcaner is better against a Cyrus if I draw the other Electabuzz. This thing finally hit some tails. One at least. If I draw a Cape, we live Helmet plus tap next turn. Another Pikachu. What am I doing? I think I Vulcaner now. And then that's the question, do I put an energy here or do I put an energy here? Putting an energy here means I can Pikachu. And then have this to finish after. There could also be a world where no attack is correct. Because then I don't die to the Darkrai trigger. It could also be right to just build this Pikachu. Dead to Cyrus, obviously. Just gotta pretend that one doesn't exist. If they had hit double tails, we could have finally drawn a Cape and had a shot. Alright, assuredly this next game, we're gonna have first energy advantage in Patchy, right? We'll just, like, have an easy game instead of having to fight tooth and nail for every single one of them. We hit Ultra Ball in less than 2 hours this morning, and in the 2 hours since then, we've gained 15 points. Oh, man. Taking a Misty Deck and playing it 12 hours a day is definitely the way to get there. First energy advantage, no Patchy. We've got some redraws though. So I'll probably be research before we Pokeball angle, just because hitting Patchy is so important. Want to maximize our chance of finding it, so if we research into a non-Patchy basic, it increases our odds from 50-50 on this. If we find like another Electabuzz or Pikachu. Noise? I think I'm still researching first. 50%, and then 66%. Her variance with this deck has been unfreaking real. Oh, it's so frustrating. I guess the fact that we've climbed even a little bit while running just like absolutely colder than ice is something to be happy about. You make videos about upcoming optimizing resources with best bundles. So we don't know the bundle contents in advance in Marvel Snap. They regularly change, so you can't really make good videos for Snap about bundle contents because they're often not going to be bad by the time the bundles go live. So once upon a time I used to do that, but then they started changing the bundles too frequently. Alright, we'd like one copy of Electivire, please. Coolio. I don't think I'm caping this, because if they evolve next turn, the cape keeps Electivire alive for an extra go-round. This deck is trying its hardest to pull up our rank despite our bad variance, yeah. It's definitely a trooper. Berry Cat is interesting. They don't have another Erica. Volkner gets him here, which is nice. Charge back up. Hit for 120 is so much. If they have double berry, we could be in trouble. Single berry, we're in an okay spot. Before anybody suggests it, red does not do extra damage to Snorlax, so no, we can't clear it next turn. Red is not strictly better Geo, correct. Snorlax isn't EX, he's just big boned. That's funny right there. Not all heroes wear capes, but this Electivire certainly does. That being said, if they have second berry, I think we're cooked. 15 cards into their deck. So not only did they brick on the berry, they also bricked on their stage 1 here, which means Pikachu can finish. So we each take a point now. And I can push Pikachu up, and then Pikachu's gonna be ready to close for us. Dead to rare candy. Wow, why would you put that energy out there? That's so rude. All right, so let's take it sweet. We've been playing it for a little bit, so I think I want to change things up. What do we think of? What do we think of this pile? I need to swap my full arts in here. I think I like the idea of trying out some monkey. Swap in my Iono and my full art red, but I think we're gonna do this when we get back. I think red's a solid gain for this pile overall. Thanks for hanging out, gamers. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, so tap the like button on the live stream. We got almost 1,000 people watching. I think we can get up to 1,000 likes before we're done today. We're gonna be streaming for a little bit yet. Appreciate everybody that's hanging out. It's been awesome having over 2,000 people in here every day for some Pokemon Pocket. What does rare candy do in the TC? It lets you skip your stage 1 and go right to a stage 2. That seems super OP. It's because it is. I also think there's a chance that maybe like new Charizard with Arceus and Heatran could be good too. Although with new Charizard, you could probably play Arceus EX because new Charizard like brings its own energy. So you have time to like build Arceus in the back. Are you using regular Arceus versus EX Arceus as a 1-point meat shield? Yes, exactly that. And so you don't have to play Leaf. So that way, in the games where, like, you lead Arceus, you could just be like, okay, you're gonna die while I build my monkey. Heatran plus Arceus could buy you a lot of time while you try and build Infernape. All right, let's get back into it, shall we? Shiny. We're just chilling. If we hit our monkey on curve, red plus big monkey blasts the Giratina. Pokeball up a basic here, and then we'll go for tossing this back. All right, alrighty then. We're gonna hold on to the cape for now because If we draw an Iono, I want to be able to have the maximum amount of cards in my hand to move this around. Schmove it, schmove it. Why not play Pokeball on turn 1? Because I want to maximize my ability to draw more Pokemon out of my deck, because the more Pokemon I draw out of my deck, the more likely my Pokemon communication is to get me the Monferno I'm looking for. So if I draw a basic for the turn, and then I Pokeball into another basic, I've now thinned 2 basics out of my deck to communicate with. If they have Bismagius, they're in a pretty okay spot. So they're still 2 turns off from attacking with anything, yeah? We could get dawned, yeah, that's true. You know what you did. You know what you did. Fighting Snorlax. Glade, maybe? Could be Garchomp. Man, playing Lumberry was always kind of suspect, but playing Lumberry post-Pokemon Center Lady existence is certainly a choice. Oh, well, I didn't mean to do that. I was gonna count, but I guess we're committed now. They go Energy, I Evolve, they go Energy Berry. Yeah, I actually don't think I can. I think that was a mistake. I think I should have put the energy on the back one. Let the first one just go down. This seems fine, yeah. If they evolve, they don't clear me without a Giovanni. If they don't evolve, they have to discard. Yep. And if they don't have another follow-up basic here, and Fernape gets to eat them up. So I assume we get buried here. We don't. Interesting. I think I spend my energy to eat their Snorlax. I suppose if they Rampardos, if they have Cranidos into Rampardos into Cyrus, they could go 50 into 130, but my cape saves me from that, yeah? We're going first. I think with Monferno in hand, we just lead Chimchar here. Especially into the kitty. So we're going to want to cape the Monferno, methinks, so that way they can't go Executor into hit heads. Extra 50 is lovely here. We need a big monkey, or we need two tails out of them. Big monkey it is, eh, Duck? One-time dealer? Oh, might be cooked. I think I'm just gonna get my extra this turn. I haven't played any copies of Research yet, so there's value in playing my other supporter proactively here, because if I draw Research, I'm gonna play it on a later turn. So they go up to 140. We'll hit them down to 80, and then they hit us, and then Raging Strike clears them. We're really hoping for a baby monkey at this point. If we had baby monkey next turn, we could curve out to big monkey in time to be able to clear the Masquerada after it comes to the active spot. Big monkey is a day late and $1 short, unfortunately. Shame that we hit the Arceus and not something else. If they hit tails onto this Executor, Meowscarada takes 2 shots to clear it, which would potentially give us enough time to build Monkey still. Hey, look. Rewarded for playing our other thing out proactively. I think I'm just hoping for a tails. Higgs is always on the edge of the meta, waiting to flip heads to get back in. Mood. Was that Sabrina a good play? Yeah, it seems like it's working out for them. Tails is great for us here, obviously. Dodge a Cyrus, we could dodge a ball. I have to imagine these decks play Cyrus, yeah? Or avoiding making our Heatran mad, which makes sense. You're not going to like him when he's angry. Are we supposed to let the Arceus go down and then charge the Infernape the previous turn with the Dawn? Yeah, that was probably the better line. Your tone is kind of frustrating, though, so I'm gonna give you a break. So we're gonna die to another Cyrus. Yeah, I don't want the other line. Rather than asking me as an accusation, Jeff, why didn't you do this other thing? You should articulate yourself as to why you think the line you're suggesting is good. Make a compelling case as opposed to me being expected to go back and rethink what you already did, what already happened. Sometimes I missed it. A lot of the times it's just we missed it. There's too much going on. All right, we can still salvage this with 2 tails from the Executor here. Oh gosh. All right, 2 more of those, gamer. Is that lethal? That's lethal, yeah, with the weakness. totally stole this one. You won't like him when he's angry, gamers. So small mistake for me in the middle there. Ended up sneaking it out with the Sabrina off the top. So it asks, are we just getting started with Monkey or has it been a while? Just getting started with Monkey. Just monkeying around a little bit. Lapis Dragon, thank you very much for the brand new tier 1 sub. There's a lot of great people you could support on Twitch. Thanks for supporting my content directly. Your Monday's off to a great start. One of the things that's nice about this archetype is it doesn't mind going first typically. We hate leading on Arceus. That's not what we're looking for. Wiglet! Oh no. Oh no! For those of you that are just joining us, we climbed through the entirety of Great Ball, going 23 and 6 with Wiglet, 16 trainer. It'll be tomorrow morning's highlight, and I'm very sorry I put that energy out into the world. Basically, I'm saying if they absolutely cook us, we deserve it. We did it to a lot of people today. we were not kind. My, how the turntables. We do have our copy of Red here. So, like, we can clear old Wiggles and one with the Infernape if we live to get there. However, gonna be some variance on the side of if we live to get there. Midway Monster, thank you for the 70 months. It's a long time. Welcome back. I am not playing any copies of Leaf in here. The general game plan, if Arceus gets in the active, is we let it die. Are you playing around hand disruption? It really depends on what the cost is to playing around that disruption Slingdinger. It's not really a binary you do or you don't. It's contextual and depends. Are you equally splitting between Pokemon and Snap for the stream nowadays? It depends on what's going on in the different games. So, like, the last 3 streams have actually been all Pokemon because they just had new cards and ranked released. But tomorrow will be split because Snap has a new season dropping. It's gonna kind of vary for me depending on what's going on in the different games. Maybe I'm just supposed to put energies on here. It's so close. Yes, you stop getting win streak bonus points in Ultra. Not only do you stop getting win streak bonus points, but you also start getting 7-point penalties for losses. This is the punish for not evolving. Can we get lucky? We need them to kill the Arceus and not hit the Monferno. Oh my goodness, we do not deserve to win this. I mean, I'll take it because, like, I'm scum, but Sometimes lucky rubber ducky. Ready to cook some worms, gamers? Was literally the best distribution you could have hoped for. Accurate. Could not ask for better. Oh, I should play the Chimchar out too, right? In case they go Misty heads into Wugtrio again. I guess they need all three on the lead Infernape. I probably should have played the Chimchar. It's probably optimal. Oh, they took my Dawn away. If they don't evolve, they lose to Rage and Mad Strike, yeah? Yeah, I guess if they kill the Heatran, I also can't Dawn. Yeah. It's, that was another slop. It's one of those wonderful examples of a game where you should be thinking critically and thoughtfully about even games that you won. Too often people have the attitude of, oh, I won, so we played perfectly. There's lots of things to look and reflections to be had in games where you can't come out victorious. Well, we're finally making some headway. We got to Ultra in less than 3 hours live into this stream, and then 3 hours later, practically, we were still just floating at the bottom, so... Monkey finally dragging us up a little bit here. A variant pencil swings back. Yeah, we won a few games with the Pikachu deck, but we had some real rough variants with it. We treaded water while having some of the worst beats imaginable. Yeah, I played this Monkey Duck in a few tournaments last season. It's fine. It's like some typical Stage 2 Pokemon deck problems where, like, sometimes your stuff doesn't come together and you die, but it's got a lot of really powerful draws. Miko, thank you for the 20 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. They charged one on the bench and they have water energy. Are they the Greninja deck? They might be the Greninja deck. Hey, glad you're enjoying the snap stuff, Miko. Hope your newborn is doing well. Congrats on the new addition to your family. Giratina, Palkia with both colors of energy. Interesting. Oh, wait, no, are they mono water? They might be mono water, right? They went first? I'm wrong. They're mono water. Ignore me. All right, swing again. Got there. Pairing Giratina with Palkia is a curious choice because one of the benefits to Palkia is that it can actually attack early. Whereas, like, Giratina wants you to take attacks off. You need to take 3 attacks off to get Psychic Energy onto it. Dimensional Storm clears Big Monkey in 1 is unfortunate reality. Maybe they're just trying to use Palkia for only the big blast. Yeah, perhaps. It's looking like its purpose this game. Looking for, I think if we hit Big Monkey, we retreat to Heatran and attack this. Is that still the line? I think that's still the line. Joe Duke, thank you for the 3/4 of a year. Welcome back. If they have a copy of Leaf, I'm probably in trouble. No Leaf this turn gives us a little bit of breathing room. We've played 3 of our consistency cards and still haven't assembled a stage 2. Average Pokemon Pocket game. You should try Porygon Z14 Trainer. There's a few stage 2s that are good enough to hard carry. That one's probably not it. Why did they put the water energy there? Oh, because they're gonna... Oh, that's such a good draw, holy. That was actually the best draw in my deck, yeah. Because it means I get to take the knockout point here, and then if I top deck Big Monkey, we can put it up and clear for however much. 140. Giratina puts itself to 130, so they'll need a cape with it. And we technically don't even need to hit the monkey right away because we have 2 Monferno set up. So if we end up bricking for a turn here. Now we kind of need second red and first monkey. So there's no lines for me to win the game this turn, unfortunately. I think I Sabrina here. Because if this attacks again, it's dead to... It's dead to what's it called regardless. So I think I want to mark damage on one of these. So that way Infernape off the top next turn deals enough to get a knockout. So I basically just want to like position myself where top deck Infernape can clear. Now we've got 2 big monkeys and a research in 7 cards. So a little bit worse than a coin flip. I think that's lethal. I think even if I draw Infernape without the red already in hand, we're done. Alright, we're up points with this overall, so I think I'm gonna let it continue to try and struggle up to Ultra 2 for us. I'm gonna take a brief pause and let some adverts roll. Appreciate everybody that's hanging out today. Don't go anywhere, gamers. If you're watching on the YouTube side, so tap the like button on the live stream. We're only 45 likes away from 1,000. I think we can get there before we're done. So how bad's our win rate this season? Our win rate actually went up today. Look at that. When I checked over the weekend, I think it was like 55%. You're just actually, like, it's actually wild how many points some of these people have. Almost 100 people in Masters. $1,739 points. Okay, so 1,739 points. Hold on, I have a spreadsheet that can help us with this. Why isn't my spreadsheet working? Oh, it doesn't work. Okay, I'll have to figure that out later. Yeah, the amount of games you have to play. Because remember, when you get to post masters, you lose 10 points. You lose 10 points for losses too, right? So this person is almost 300 points above. This person is almost 300 points above. Oh, wait, is that why it's not working? If I do... Yeah, okay. So let's say, I figured out my spreadsheet issue. Let's say this person has a 60% win rate. Maybe they're correct. Maybe they have a 70% win rate. At a 70% win rate, they would need another 73 games to gain 300-ish points. At a 60% win rate, they would need 145 games. And to give you context, let's say you're playing a super fast deck and you average 6 minutes a game. It'll take you like another 15 hours past getting to Masters to get another 300 points at a 60% win rate. You need 1450 to get to Masters. It's a big long grind. I'm excited for my video to get done this afternoon, and so we can share some specific numbers. I think it's got some good. We had some good talking points about the ranked ladder and the grind that people can expect. Leading Heatran into Pseudo Wudo feels rude. Holy. Our copies of Red not about to be very useful. Like to go researching. No reason to give them a Sabrina target, I don't think. The fighting matchup's probably hard for this deck when they're not playing Gallade. We really want to be able to finish on a big blast on an EX. Having to take 3 individual knockout points here is asking a lot. Hey, Jelly Bean, thanks for the over 5 years. I don't know what my expectations are for Captain Carter. She feels like it's going to be hard to get a meaningful number of points out of her, and all of her points are just in one lane. Hit me. Hit me! Hit me! Hit me! Oh, yeah. That's the stuff. So I assume they're hitting me here because they have Rampardos in hand. Well, I guess I need the Arceus as a brick wall, yeah? Assuming they have Rampardos. But I guess we did just shuffle their hand, yeah? So maybe they don't. What are the odds they have Rampardos here? They had 12 cards. They're gonna have 5 of them. They're 68% to have Rampardos here. I need to play Arceus out to play around that. It's unfortunate though, because it means I can't communication it for my middle stage. Hey Jeff, how's rank been treating you? I lost interest in anything other than opening packs since it's been announced. Can you articulate to me why? I guess I don't understand how ranked could make you want to play less than having no incentive at all, right? Because you could still just kind of treat it like you were before, right? And then just whatever happens at the end of the season. I guess the psychological pressure is still there, though. Certainly the case. Ladder anxiety, yeah. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to disconnect to that for a lot of people. It's definitely a hurdle and it's very real, but if you can learn to disconnect from feeling emotions when the number goes up and down, you'll enjoy all of these games significantly more. And that's definitely not just a Pokemon Pocket thing, but it's tough to do. These games, there's big psychological factors that go into it for sure. We tried Infernape Charizard together and it was not particularly great. Felt very, very clunky. Are they retreating this Granados out? That's so funny. The Sudowoodo doesn't really bother us though, right? Because if Sudowoodo takes this point, Heatran takes the Sudowoodo point, and then Infernape cleans up whatever clears the Heatran. A-okay. And if they don't take the knockout, I get to just work towards retreating it, yeah? Anecdotally, from a content perspective, these are the best numbers Pocket has had since launch for both myself and most other people making content. Now, if there's sustainability there, and if it doesn't burn people out in the long run, that's another question, because there's a very real chance that it could do both of those things. But for the short term, the latter has definitely been upside for creators. People are engaged in the idea of, can the people that I watch find success in the thing that I'm struggling with? Lacarp, thank you for the 69-month resub. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I believe they're just cooked here at this point. Oh my gosh. No, they have second Lucario. I didn't play the cape. I didn't play the cape. Oh no. Oh no, I was distracted. Do they have second Sabrina? Oh no. Everybody clench. Oh, we were 100% here if I just play the cape. Assuredly, this isn't a long pause into Sabrina me, yes? We did not deserve that. We were sloppy. We've had a lot of slightly sloppy plays into wins with this deck. Never punished. Running hot. Very few people play two Sabrinas, that's true. A lot of time they're split with Cyrus. You're going first. We've got a Chimchar. Okay. I think we're Sabrina-ing up Palkia, yeah? It's a shame we don't have Monferno here, but... swap this around too, I think. I mean, Light Carrier, while it's easy for someone who doesn't have anxiety about something to just be like, well, just don't have anxiety. Why is your brain bad? Don't have anxiety. It's so rude to just be like. I hope you understand how different your framing is there versus what I said, where it's like, if you could try and overcome it, you could enjoy these things more, is very different than, well, just don't do it. Why are you like that? Don't be like that. If they Sabrina us back, we could be in trouble. Wow, I'm a little surprised they stormed us. Yeah, especially in the case of, like, ladder systems. Like, we've talked at length on this stream about how all ladder systems, Pokemon Pocket included, are, like, very explicitly and intentionally designed to be psychologically manipulative. Alright, hopefully our opponent listens to end. There's no capes. No capes! Oh no, Glench! Oh, the retreat is so bad for us here. They have the second Manaphy as well. Oh. I kept going digging for Monferno here. I think it's this. Oh, you know what? There's still a communication in my deck. I should hold the Arceus because of communication. Alright, so I want to draw Monferno plus red. Might be cooked, gamers. Might be cooked. I have zero intention of playing in community tournaments now that Ranked has released, and looking at the average numbers in a lot of these community tournaments, I'm not the only one with that sentiment. Or the Ursi Day tournament this past weekend was the first one that had less than 1,000 people in it, I think, since the game launched. For most people, tournaments are a waste of time. The prizing only goes to, like, the top 8 or the top 16 if you're lucky. A lot of times only, like, top 2 or top 4 in smaller tournaments. And most people playing in tournaments are dead money. And if you're going to be dead money in a tournament, you'd rather just play the ladder where there's also no prizes, but at least you can watch a number go up and be happy from that. Still hosting one? No. The metrics from the last Hoglandia tournament were actually worse than the metrics have been since the ladder release, just playing regular ladder content. And hosting a tournament is both an incredible amount of work for myself, as well as work for my wife, who is the tournament organizer, and I have to pay staff on top of it. Without any sponsors for last tournament, I actually lost money on it, compared to just, like, streaming normal content. Is the lack of tournament play bad for the space? It's bad for deck diversity, generally speaking. Ladders punish people for trying to innovate, whereas tournaments reward them. If they hit Heatran clears them back. That's sad. My poor monkey. Maybe I should have tried to communicate for... I think I was supposed to communicate one of these, because if I hit another basic, it played around Sabrina, and if I hit the Infernape, that was fine as well. You know what? The second... Am I playing this here? Holding it makes my Iono better. Can also throw it back with communication later. Yeah, it's gonna chill. Are you doing any more collaborations with Spriggles? Maybe, I don't know. It's so hard. Like, when you're someone who's already achieved full-time status and, like, have an audience, like, while it's fun doing stuff with Spriggles, like, doing those tournaments with him didn't, like, meaningfully bring any of his audience to me, or vice versa. Like, there weren't notable metrics bumps. And it's so hard as someone who's an adult with a busy life to be like, well, I could make time for this collab that's different than my normal stuff, or I could just, like, keep doing the stuff that I always do, which I know pays my bills. And, you know, I like what I do. I like my job, but, like, you know, a lot of weeks I already work 50, 60 hours a week sometimes. So, like, trying to carve out time to do something else that's extra on top of that is just, like, such a tough sell. And actually, just speaking of the absurdity of YouTube as a platform, the reason why we broadcast on both Twitch channels and both YouTube channels for the second Hoaglandia Spriggles Open is after our first collab together, YouTube actually buried a bunch of my content. Like, my few things after our first tournament. Our first tournament performed incredibly well, but a bunch of my videos after that one really struggled, and I would wager it's because I sent all of my YouTube viewers to his stream, and then they got a bunch of his stuff in their feed instead of mine, the way that platform works. So I actually would wager that that first collab was, like, actively bad for my metrics. With Sabrina into Infernape, this opponent should be cooked. And that notably, that type of dip did not happen after we broadcast on all 4 channels. Heatran's such a fun compliment to Infernape. Love the dynamic it adds to the game. Some good back and forth and lead on this Dorko. Part of me honestly wonders if this deck even needs an Arceus in it. Part of me just wants to, like, shove a Farfetch'd or 2 in here. I know that's gonna come as a shock to some of you people at home. Jeff wants to cut a card and add Farfetch to a deck, but like, the Arceus has actually been super awkward in a bunch of the games that we've played. Have you tried the cycle yet? I feel like I'd be surprised if the cycle Pokemon is good or better than Farfetch'd. I think it could be like a third Farfetch'd deck that really wanted that, but I'm not sure there's a lot of decks that even want that anymore, if I'm being honest. I ought to try that. The free retreat's been mostly whatever. And the games where it starts as our lead are just atrocious. The siren song of the Farfetch'd calls, exactly. Spirit Tomb Grass Energy. You have my attention. I'm listening. It's an interesting mashup. Infernape cooks the kitty in one, even through a cape with weakness. It's a shame we don't have a Heatran to get swirling disaster damage on. Do they have their stage 1 or not yet is the first big question. Or not. Lovely. So, I think because they bricked, I actually just don't Iono here. If they hit their stage 1, I'd Iono and go digging for bench Pokemon, but I think I wait a turn, because there's no reason to give them a redraw when they're missing on their stage 2, or stage 1. Yeah, if they're going to continue to brick, I think we just continue to chill. Honestly, wouldn't mind drawing Farfetch'd. I get the cape out here, just in case. It plays around like Cyrus plus this later if they like Iono it out of my hand. This is a spot where we're talking about Farfetch versus the new Cycle Pokemon. Cycle Pokemon would clear this in 3, whereas Farfetch gets to clear in 2, yeah. It's a big difference. Obviously not a great showing for their deck, but reasonable showing for Farfetch being useful here. Yeah, for people wondering why we're not Ionoing here, our opponent is bricked. There's no reason to give them a redraw of a bunch of cards to try and find what they're looking for. Yep. That cat took my stapler. Good night. Flarbit's also good. It's got really solid breakpoints, especially in tandem with red. Oh, we're almost halfway up Ultra One. Almost. Almost. I'm just gonna fire off one of these to start. We only need one of them to full clear with the monkeys, so. Do the hourglasses stack, or do you get 100 total for the top rank? You get 100 total for the top rank gamer. Oh, Chimchar being weak to Articuno is such a flavor fail. Ah, I messed up. I wasn't thinking about this dying to the Articuno hit. I should have put the energy on Farfetch, retreated to it, and quacked them, and then we would have gotten to quack twice with the Farfetch. Now it's only going to get to quack once. Putting the energy on the Heatran was a mistake. This is why you shouldn't do multiple things at once. I was checking a message from my editor about our afternoon video. Which is going to be a good one, gamers. It's going to be a good one. I'm gonna play this one out so that way they can't get a knockout with Sabrina. I'm gonna threaten to deal 100 next turn, so they need an Irida here to not be cleared. I'd be really surprised if Cyclizar is better than Farfetch'd. And I feel confident enough in that assessment of it that I don't really want to play games with it on the ladder. Which again is just like one of the classic downsides of the ladder, right? Is there's more incentivization to not innovate. You have a very heavy incentive to just play it safe. Oh, you know what? Sabrina now is bad for us. Team Rocket Grunts, that one doesn't matter. They need another basic, or they're dead. Cool. Well, the monkey has pulled us halfway up Ultra 1. Which is not terrible. I think I can firmly stamp exceeds expectations on his report card. Let's throw this one up on the screen. I need to run to the restroom and we need to take an ad break. We're gonna play some more of this when we get back, because it's been fun and interesting. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, tap the like button, gamers. BRB. By the way, I don't actually know how many people across the country this one applies to. Maybe someone can fill me in on that number exactly. But there's local elections in a number of places around the United States for spring. My local elections are actually tomorrow on April Fool's Day. How fitting. You should do a quick Google search and find out if there's anything coming up for your local stuff, although I'm sure you'll hear it on your radio or other stuff if you ever go outside and touch grass. But those local elections can have big impacts on you and people around you very directly. Mayors in both Bloomington and Normal, in and around where I live, are up for election. School board seats. Even if you don't have kids in school, you can help keep crazies out of the schools. Rocky helmet's rude. What do I think? Do I pivot? I think I pivot. Have a Heatran. Oh yeah, I did see there's an election going on somewhere in I think it is Wisconsin, where Elon Musk is bribing people to vote for the person he wants to win. I think those are soon. Guess we'll put energies on Heatran, but if they have a Garchomp, we're probably cooked here. It's also tomorrow, same as you, yeah. Election days are usually Tuesdays. If they brick on Chomp for a turn, we have a shot here, because it gives us time to get to Infernape, potentially. I guess it takes them 2 attacks to get through here. Says local man about to be Cynthia'd. Rip. Maybe I'm supposed to hold that because of Iono. Although I really don't want to shuffle my Infernapes away. Have you tried any Clodsire on the ladder? I've seen surprisingly few amount of Arceus. Right? You're right that there's not a lot of Arceus anymore. However, Clodsire is bad, not just because it's bad against Arceus. It's just not very good in general. So the push comes to shove reality of it is, no matter when you hold an election, there's people that work on the weekends. And even when you declare something a holiday, there's still people that are going to be have to work indeed. And the appropriate and proper solution to that is having plenty of advanced voting available and other convenient methods like voting by mail, which is one of the reasons why Donald Trump and the Republicans are pushing to remove vote by mail in a lot of places with their election regulations. That's why they scream and cry about fraud whenever they lose an election, despite them being safe and secure. I get my vote by mail ballot every election, and in fact, I filled mine out with my wife this morning and signed the little thing that gives her permission to drop it off at the box for me, and she went and dropped both our ballots off at the box this evening ahead of the election tomorrow. The amendment that one of the Republicans in the House proposed to allow Donald Trump to run for a third term would explicitly forbid you from running again if you had run 2 consecutive terms, which would prohibit Barack Obama from running again while allowing Donald Trump to run again. Thanks for the Prime, Quilford. Appreciate the 15 months. Oh, we're looking for a middle monkey. We're looking for the middle monkey. There's our middle monkey. We died a leaf, though. I think I have to bail out here, yeah? Oh, they couldn't attack with the Giratina yet. Yeah, you're right, I'm dumb. It's fine. I think I still want to pull this out. I think I still want to pull this out, but you're right. They're playing the Darkrai Giratina build. If I was a gambling man and I sit here playing Pokemon Pocket, so very clearly I'm a gambling man. I would put my money on Pritzker as the Dem nominee if we have elections in 2028. Oof, listen. Don't you dare accuse me of being an optimist, chat, because that's a lie. I've seen too much in the last little bit. Alright, so Heatran, with them not having a Darkrai here, it honestly kind of feels like we're in the driver's seat, yeah? Because this Heatran can cut through the Druddigons, and then Monkey with red one-shots the Giratina. Okay. There's another Heatran and a baby monkey in my deck, and I think I trade in the biggest monkey to try and find one of those. It's not the droid I was looking for, but I think we play it out and put an energy on it, yeah? I apologize for being a doomer. I would like to move on from the doom of the gestures broadly around us. Just last comment, Google and figure out if you have local elections coming up soon and make sure you cast an informed ballot. If you want to doom 24/7 and you're hanging out in this chat, that means you have access to the Discord server. You should pop on in there. They got very active channels for, you know, cards like Pokemon and Marvel Snap, and also sports and politics and food and all sorts of other stuff. Oh, you know, I shouldn't have put the second energy on Heatran. I should have front-loaded on it for an Apiary, I think. My bad. My bad. I think we're still ahead here though. Like the Infernape with red just like teed up and ready to go, I think is a big game for us. It's duck. Only 1 2-star, and I'm a broke boy. Please don't judge me. Alright. Don't make him angry, Drudagon. You're not gonna like him when he's angry. Am I enjoying the rank grind? I'm enjoying the fact that now I'm in Ultra, the average deck quality from my opponents has finally gotten higher than it was in the random queue. Still plenty of play mistakes on both sides of the board, honestly, but there's people who are at least, like, following and trying to build good decks. Hey, Puddle Doc, thanks for watching. Good to have you here. So this gives us our second point. And then, again, Infernape plus red cleans out anything they move to the front of the class here. Do you have a favorite EX from this new pack? I've been enjoying Pikachu a lot, and then we did an unhealthy amount of climbing with 16 trainer Wug Trio, because I'm a bad man. Very, very bad man. Any bots in Greater Ultra? I have not encountered a bot since leaving Pokeball. I heard some other people mention that when they hit a big losing streak inside of Great Ball, they ended up getting a bot still, but I have not experienced that to verify it. We kind of hot knife through buttered in Great Ball. The Wug Trio deck was real correct. That'll be tomorrow morning's highlight. We went 15-6 with the Wug Trio deck on stream this morning, and I went 8-0 with it yesterday off stream. Opponents got their whole deck in their hands. Their whole deck in their hands. They got their whole big deck in their hands. Do 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 do. All right, cook them up, Infernape. Cook them up. Monkey. We're over halfway up Ultra Ball 1, gamers, all on the back of this monkey. And that was a pretty good game, but we were also talking about Pritzker and AOC during it, so I have to debate whether or not I want to put that one in a YouTube video and then ban a bunch of fascists. Probably. It's good to get one of those into a regular highlight on occasion to weed them out. You gotta honeypot them. So we've got deal 40 followed by deal 50. Which is pretty clean amounts of damages here. We got a Heatran as a follow-up potentially as well. Farfetch'd is definitely my version of range dressing, chat. I love putting that duck on everything. And then Monferno doesn't even get cleared by their stage 2 because it's 80 HP and it's a non-EX, so it only takes 60. Cooked. Oh, man. I actually think the Magic the Gathering SpongeBob cards crossovers were really well done. I think leaning explicitly into particular memes that revolve around SpongeBob are great. Boom Squeak, thanks for the brand new tier 1 sub. Appreciate that direct support. We are going first. We're going first, but I'm missing what's it called? Metal Energy. Dialga's a name we haven't heard in a minute. Monkey! I want to hold some amount of cards back in my hands, that way I'm more likely to redraw them in the event that my opponent Ionos me. Although, that's not a card these Dialga Arceus decks are playing a whole ton of. I think with Heatran lined up, I'm going to try and build second Big Monkey. I have to say, I feel very validated in my card evaluation skills and how right I got this card during the pre-release season. It feels like she's playing out exactly in practice as I thought she would in theory. Just like, not busted, but like reasonable and serviceable. You're happy to have her inside of these stage 2 decks, but 2 of her feels like too much. Thanks, Boop Squeak. If you wanna hang out and chat with some like-minded individuals, you should pop in the Discord server too. You'll need to link your Twitch account to get full access to all the channels, but got a great group of folks in there. Man, I wish I would get warm and stay warm where I'm at. It's only high of 52 today. Some nice weather over the weekend. All right, they have water energy to start. I think I lead Farfetch'd against water energy because if it's a Manaphy, I want to go 40-40. We get to play a game, Misty. How kind of you. So, I'd like to acknowledge that I know people's ladder experiences can obviously be drastically different than my own. But I would like to say, anecdotally, while I know some other people have commented they've hit more Misty than they would care for, I've had really pretty varied opponents on the ladder. Like, I've actually been pretty surprised at how varied all my ladder games have been. I'm curious to see if that keeps up or not as we have the metagame develop more. Giratina has been my bane, and his Dark Ray. See, I actually really like playing against the Dark Ray decks. I think playing against the Dark Ray decks are some of my favorite things to play into in Pokemon Pocket. There's so much player agency, it feels like. If I put an energy on here, next turn I can Raging Mad Strike for 100 and then Farfetch finishes. I think that's the play. I could communicate digging for Baby Monkey, but I have to give up Daddy Monkey to do it, so. I feel like we're in a little bit of trouble. That Tempo Sabrina was really strong. I'm gonna dig for the monkey. Okay, I think I need it this turn. 50-ish% here. Nice. Hit it. The Rocky Helmet was very good. Now the hope here is that they don't have any healing, and that they go energy, and then we clear to trade, and then we build this to clear this, but obviously they could have Iridas and more potions. If they don't have an Irida or a potion here, I think we're actually in an okay spot. Oh, jeez. Alright, I mean, we redrew the bars, and we redrew the Monferno. Oh. Yeah, it's still just red and trade, yeah. That's Rocky Helmet just did so much damage. So what's my sequence that leads to victory here? It's I put Monferno up, we draw Infernape, we hit them down to 30, and then we draw Monferno to clear the last 30 with this. All while hoping they don't draw more healing. So there are permutations of this game that we win from this position. They're not super likely. They start with us hitting a 1 in 5 here with Research at Iono as a redraw. Is that the zero outer? I think that's the zero outer. Yeah, I think we're dead. I can buy a turn, but like, how do I convert buying a turn into a win? Don't believe I can. Rocky Helmet is a little bit too much to overcome in tandem with not having Infernape there. Okie dokie ducky. This is so much better than starting on an Arceus, huh? Starting an Arceus here would be real atrocious. So it is 50% to find Baby Monkey. Nice. What a lovely baby. What a lovely baby. I do have a communication that this Heatran could be useful with, but I think it's important that I don't let them Sabrina my Baby Monkey. If you're just joining us, we cut the Arceus for a Farfetch'd. It was feeling really clunky. Which is really just peak Jeff Hoagland deck building, right? Cut your least favorite card for a monkey. Or cut your least favorite card for a Farfetch'd, I mean. So, even if they have a cape, red here means we clear the Weavile. But different basic be better than Heatran here with no Arceus. Heatran is really good. In fact, the reason why we cut the Arceus was not just because the Arceus was bad, but because, like, the Heatran was fine without ever having a free retreat cost. This card just has really solid breakpoints. And then, I guess if they have Dawn plus Weavile, they could maybe get us, but with Red and Cape, I think we're gonna be pretty good to go here. Yeah, and Duck kind of leans into leaving Heatran in, right? Like this, with the Farfetch'd in this deck can more consistently go like 1 point Heatran, 1 point Farfetch'd, finish on Infernape. If any change I would make after losing the Arceus is our Dawn loses a little bit of value. It's probably still fine, but oh, that's. I was gonna say, that's punishing for not playing the Heatran, no, but keeping more cards in my hand is better, right? Because I need to redraw Sabrina or Red to win here. We'll flex the new full art trainer here, obviously. Red is very good for both Infernape and Gyarados. We've seen those come back up in the meta, I think. Well, I've seen Gyarados come back up. I think Infernape has the chance to come back up too. This deck's been real solid for us. Well, we started at Great Ball 3 today, and I'm going to give you the best piece of advice you're ever going to get when it comes to playing grindy ladder games like Pokemon Pocket Gamers. End on a win. Don't just be like, I'm going to play one more, and then, like, you lose, and like, I'm going to play one more, and then you lose. It's like, you hit a point, and you win a game, and you're like, I feel content. Don't play till you lose. Hit a satisfying win like that and just be like, you look at the timer and you're like, I could play like 1 or 2 more, but that was a good game. I should end here and end my session being positive. Playing until it's a good. This deck was sweet. I think red's a really big pickup for Infernape. This archetype previously had to play 2 copies of Rocky Helmet, which made it clunky to play Cape because you just like couldn't put both those equipments on at the same time, obviously. And I think red letting you play Cape, which was useful in a number of those games. And then we got Iono as another consistency thing. The Farfetch versus the Arceus, I feel like I could go either way on. I'm super biased and love the duck, but I like the Heatran and Farfetch'd aggro together, I think is really real in a lot of spots, especially in combination with the red, right? Like Heatran and Farfetch plus 2 copies of red puts a ton of real pressure onto a lot of things. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, I'm gonna call it a day. I'm going to have another video on the YouTube channel before probably the next hour or so once my editor gets it back to me with some corrections. If you missed it, we posted a really sweet, let's tease what's up there for people that want to watch some more Hogalandia. Oh wait, did I edit it already? I might have edited it already. Oh, I totally did. There is a Giratina Dragonite control deck that we did a good chunk of climbing with that's up on the YouTube channel now. This pile of cards, you want the easiest climb imaginable? Can you flip heads? We went 23 and 6 with this deck through the entirety of Great Ball. Most of it was on stream. Highlights for this will be up tomorrow morning, but if you want one you can load up and you can think not terribly hard about this one. I lost 3 games in a row trying to play a real deck while I was out on my walk yesterday. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to throw something cheesy together and play some games with it while I eat lunch. And I said, okay, I'm going to play with this deck while I eat lunch until I lose. 45 minutes later, I was 8-0 and had to go do something else. I didn't have any more time. So we picked this up and ran through the rest of Great Ball with it today on stream. All right, anybody I follow on that we can raid that's playing Pokemon? I'm gonna send you over to Kronos. They are Ultra Ball 2, a little bit ahead of where we signed off. Check them out. Looks like they are drilling some gamers. Appreciate all the new subs and resubs, and we'll catch you around tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, we're going to be playing Pocket to Start again. Pocket to Start every day this week. We're going to be extending some Snap on the later days this week, too, because Snap's got a new season tomorrow afternoon. We're going to be starting with Pocket every day. Peace, folks.